Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Cisco and Comstor FY23 kickoff event. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. I think we're going to have a great couple of days covering some really key topics. Before I welcome my new guest, our new host, I just want to explain to people that are not in the room that this is a slightly different version from last year. We've taken it up a notch. We've got audience in the room this year. Small but perfectly formed audience, I've got to say. Although I am starting to regret it already because one of the people in the audience is Willem, and I know he's going to cause some trouble. So we'll see how that goes. So if you see something happening here, you know who's causing that, right? But it's good to see you, Willem. Thanks for coming over. We've got lots of guests coming up over today and tomorrow, and really looking forward to including them and getting to hear what they've got to say about our events. But without any further ado, welcome, Matthias, and glad you could join us. Thanks for joining us on this first time for you.
Thanks, nice to be here, and welcome everybody. Thank you for joining this kickoff. I'm really excited. It's my first time, right? So a little bit nervous, to be honest, but doesn't really matter for now, because I didn't met all of you in person, unfortunately. Let me introduce myself very short. So my name is Matthias Gras. I'm leading the Comstor account within Cisco EMEA distribution team. And again, I'm really looking forward to a very exciting 2 days. And Russell, you've done a lot of these, right? These kickoffs. It's my first time, but what makes this one more special for you?
I've done a few now. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, what this makes this one special is that you're here.
Thanks. That's the only right answer.
No, I think, particularly this year, because we've had another record-breaking year, and as we go into the numbers, you'll see that. And I think it's phenomenal, really. Everything that's been achieved with our combined companies, and it's really exciting. So, that's what makes this special. We continue to grow and focus on those priorities.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think talking of that, shall I get into the agenda?
Yeah.
So we've got quite a lot going on in the agendas, and there's a few extra bits that are in between these, which we'll cover off when we get to them. But I'm really pleased to have David Grant in the room with us today. He's probably operating on a different time zone at the moment, but he's managed to be here with us. So that's fantastic. And so he's going to take us through some of those items of how he sees the market. And then we're joined by Willem and Philip, also in the room, which is fantastic. And they're going to give us their views on FY23. I think a little bit of a look back, but a lot more on the look forward as well. So that's great. We look forward to that. Rak Parbu will join us via satellite, and he's actually on leave, believe it or not. And he's going to join and tell us what he's been doing. He's been quite a busy guy. Talk about Partner Central, and so more on that to come. But an awful lot of focus has been on that topic, as you can imagine. I think as you go through the day, you'll see that there's a thread with all of that on all the topics today. Really happy to see Katie join us in the room as well. Katie will be joining us, and then Ignacio will be dialing in to talk about recurring offers. Later on, we've got Kunal, who's going to join us, and he is heading up the MSP team for Cisco in EMEA. He's new to the role, so it's good timing to get him in and get his views on managed service provider market. And then that'll be followed up by Rebecca and David from Cisco and Comstor, who are going to see how that plays out. So here's the vision, and then what does the execution look like? And then it'll drop back to us to see how we get on and make some notes on the day.
Yeah.
All right, see what we said. So that's day one. Day two, I'm not going into detail on this one just yet. I'm just going to say more key speakers, key topics, and then we'll cover that off tomorrow morning as we get into it.
Yeah, I think important for everybody to join us with everything we have. So you can do questions if you go off screen. So off full screen, you can go post your questions. We have a puzzle coming up, right? You can win a prize. And we also have the polling and the World Cloud. So what you can do with your mobile device is scan the QR code, which you see here, and then you can do those things on your mobile. But again, you can also do it from your laptop, but then you need to go off full screen mode. So important that you interact with us, because we really like that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's an opportunity to ask questions for all of the speakers. Please do put them in there, and we will find time to make them happen live, ideally.
Yep.
But if we can't do it live, we will come back to you after the event. But the idea is that we try and get those speakers to answer those questions live. So please make the effort to think about. And if I think you've all got an agenda, so you know who the speakers are. So if you look through it and you think about, in time, just add those into the chat, and we'll make sure that the speakers get asked those questions. We will pop this up again and again, the QR code, just to make sure that if you've logged out and you need to log back in and stuff. So don't worry too much, but it's important to get that going now. Okay, so 12 months ago, we had these priorities. Small business, fully leverage the partner portal. So Comstor partner portal, you remember a year ago, was just coming live. And we have made really good progress on getting customers signed up to that to go and see it. This is going to, again, evolve, and we'll come on to that later with Rack Session. But I think we did a really good job of getting a lot of partners on there. There's more work to be done, for sure, because we need every partner signing in to Partner Central and utilizing all of the content. So I think we made good progress on that so far. Keep driving the invest activities into the segment. There's lots of that. And again, we've got a session on SMB, small business later tomorrow, actually, with Nico and team. So we're looking forward to that, and you'll see how that continues. The Cisco SB resources supporting the efforts. I think from the Cisco Central team, we've had fabulous support, particularly from Gabby on that, and that's been really well received. I think we've got more work to do between the two of us on leveraging the other resources in countries around SB, and I think we're going to see a stepped up action on that this year.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and then on the software acceleration, I mean, the number is getting so much bigger than it was in the past, right? So if you want to accelerate, you really need to have some automation, because otherwise it's too manual, it's too massive. So what I understand now is that you're rolling out a zero-touch quoting model in some of the countries, and hopefully more countries will come. But again, also where Rex is going to talk about later is the automation for your partners on Partner Central, also for the software portfolio. So I think the acceleration did actually found place this year, right? And still happening, and we want to continue with that. And on the second one, you see that the partners, how are they consuming it today? That's still a relative hot topic, right? Because we start selling software, but how do partners react on that? What's their feedback? I think it's still important, and I think with your CX certification, right, you have across EMEA, you can really use that to find the right partners and help us make it better. And on the last one, the renewal, there's a lot of things going on there, and also on your digital platform, right? Because you're going to integrate your software and your services renewal opportunities over there. So I think, again, like you said in the beginning, automation will be key this year, but it was also already this year.
Yeah.
Great
So,
things happened there. Yeah.
Indeed,
Yeah.
and I think we've laid the foundations for to continue to grow that this year, because you'll see as you go through this, it's not a radical change of priorities. I mean, in terms of the business focus from Cisco and the segments that we need to go after and the product sets that we need to, we're 100% aligned with Cisco. And, and it's not changing. Cisco are not changing that. It's evolving, not a revolution of what they're focusing on. And we need to continue to build that. The transformation element of what Cisco are doing is more than a quarter in a year.
Yeah.
Right. It takes a long time, and we're going along with that. And I think we're doing an amazing job. And everybody in the countries who are adapting to this new way of working and, think about the different priorities in terms of software versus hardware. If you go back 5 years, how much focus do we really have on software versus, what we have today? Yep. It's a significant shift. And, thank you, everybody in the countries for helping drive that change, because it's a significant one. And we'll come on to some targets around that later as well. Finally, on the key priorities for last year, no surprise, MSP. And guess what? MSP continues to be this year as well. That is a really fast-growing reseller segment, and we need to capitalize on that. We've got some good foundations again built last year, and we need to carry on driving that expertise in our own business, but also with our partners, so that they can spread the services across a bigger customer base as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yes, on the numbers. So these, what you see here are the year-to-date numbers. So 11 months in this year, and I mean, look at that. Especially the first one, right? You already did 1.2 billion of bookings. So that's total products and services. And I think last year the objective was to do 1 billion, right, in total, and we are already over it now,
exactly.
Right? With still a lot of big weeks to come. So that's amazing. Well, I'm really curious where we're going to end.
Yeah. It's going to be a big number.
It will be. It will be the biggest one for sure. So on two-tier, which is probably the most important one, right, for everybody, because that's where your rebates are and your profitability is. We are already at 855 million, right? And our goal is to reach the 1 billion.
1 billion at two-tier.
Yeah. So it will be a challenge, but it is in sight, right? So 29% still growth year to date. That's really amazing. And then on the recurring revenue, of course, because we talk about a lot of recurring revenue at the moment, the number is already 310 million. So that's services and software together, right? It's a massive number, and it's growing 26% year over year. It's really amazing. And last, already just mentioned by Russell, the small business number is getting bigger and bigger, and it is not a small number anymore against your total number, right? It's a big number against your big number. And at the moment, it's growing 46%. And even in Q4, I looked yesterday, it's still growing double digit, where the others are a little bit behind, right? So
I always like it when you say that. Ahead of the others, that's good.
So moving into the architects, because that's also important. And enterprise networking, which is basically always the biggest one, right? But over 400 million already this year, 38% on two-tier. Collaboration, we were a bit surprised, to be honest, right? Because that's not always an easy one. Certainly in the run rate in the lower end of the business, but it's growing quite heavily, 32% year over year already. Data center, don't forget that. It's a bigger number than collaboration, right? So that's still an important one. Let's not forget that one. And last but not least, security. Security is everywhere, right? We need to keep that driving, and it's growing 28% at the moment within Comstor. So very well done, everybody. Looks very good. Still a few weeks to go, so going to end up very good.
Yeah. I mean, just a bit of reminiscing, really. Data center. It's where it's a special place in my heart. And actually, you see the size of that number, and you see the share that we have, which is bigger than everybody else's. And everyone said we couldn't do that because we didn't have any other vendors. And here we are delivering on the biggest piece of that. So, really proud of David and the team around driving that data center number as well. Sure. Continue to drive that.
Yeah, great results.
So on the so we just referred to this a little bit. This is an interesting chart that actually was put together by Katie last year. I thought we'll carry on because it really does give some perspective on what's happened in the years previous. and we got back to FY15, which was pre-transformation, pre-SAP for us, and that's why we had the base. And again, we're going to go through that number. Those half-year point is based on this year, so you can see at our halfway point we've done more than 3/4 of many of those years. And so it's a very significant step up in performance. And who knows, 1.4 billion year end total.
That would be amazing.
I mean, that's a big number, but we're on our way. And so it's extraordinary performance from everybody. And again, thank you everybody, Cisco and Comstor, for all of the efforts in driving that, because it doesn't just happen.
No,
right?
No, for sure.
It takes significant effort.
And who expected this, right, at the beginning of the year? I mean, we thought we already had the record year, right? But
that's right.
Again,
and then we went into some other headwinds as well, right? And we've still come up with this number so far. So amazing so far. And that was the bookings. This is the backlog.
Wow.
This is good and bad, I think.
What does it mean?
Yeah, I mean, these are, just to be clear, these are, you only take a backlog number as a snapshot, right? So it's a snapshot in time, and these are Comstor quarters. Okay, so it's the beginning of every quarter. And if you look at the second column from the left and versus the second column from the right, that's a year's difference. And that's the difference in the backlog that's been built up. So we're 515 now, 515 million, $500 million of backlog. We've already sold to customers, and we need to get that. So obviously there's another half of this story, but I think the fact is that we've got it and we've managed it, because that is again, that takes particular management through stock management, through capital management, and to make that happen as well.
But I did remember a call we had with supply chain that the backlog was over 700 million, right? So
our orders with you.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting a little bit better, right? So that's also positive. Yeah.
So I think fair to say it's been a phenomenal year, despite everything, and congratulations to everybody. I want us just a quick look back on that year before we move forward. So I'm going to ask you to do a bit of interaction now. So that's the QR code. If you could just, in one word, how would you describe the current year, so the almost finished Cisco financial year, from a business perspective?
Give everybody a little bit of time.
We'll give some time. Yeah, I see some people have already put some comments in there. So I can see exciting, busy, challenging is currently the big word at the moment.
Love Comstor. That's a great one. Opportunities.
Mental, crazy. Yeah, there has been that. Exciting again. Yeah.
Complex.
Great.
What's engored?
Where are we?
Never heard of that one.
Yeah, but not in this context. I've not heard that word.
I think we have a few words, right?
Yeah, look at that. So, I think that the calling out is exciting, complex, interesting, challenging. I think we've learned some things this year because we've dealt with topics that we haven't had to usually deal with. Yeah. And I think we're all managing that as best we can. So I think it's been an educational year for a number of us. Fulfilling, that's interesting. Definitely challenging. I think if everyone's thought this was a challenging year and yet we've delivered those numbers, it's a really spectacular performance.
Yeah, let's take challenging, right? To go to the next slide, because I think, at some point it came all together, right? The price increases, extended lead times, system issues, and I think it was at the start of the year or maybe September that we all thought, well, this is really massive, right? Really a lot of challenges. So what I would like to do is take the opportunity to everybody out there who worked so hard to get it fixed, or some of the things are getting fixed. Some of the things are on Cisco end, right? But you did a lot of work. So I would really like to thank everybody who worked so hard for that and still working is. So, on the other hand, we are in a kickoff for next year, right? So we also need to look forward. And that's why we took this team, right? Rise Up.
Yeah.
That's also good to do, I think. Maybe lead times will improve as we go along, right? But a new year always has new improvements, right? So I think Rise Up is a perfect word to a team to move on. And one of the things we already see is for example, face-to-face meetings and events. And we took some pictures over here, and it looks really nice, right?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I think we need to be cautious and respectful of those that are still nervous about it, but I think it's fantastic to see that we are getting back together again and face to face. There's nothing quite like it, actually, and I've been lucky enough to do a couple of meetings face to face with different people over the last few months. Actually, a little bit of travel, and you can't replace it.
No.
It's really important that we do get these face to faces, whether that's in your own country or whether you have a role that's international. I think it's important that we get face to face when we can.
Yeah. The output's so much more valuable, right? If you talk face to face. So
we've had some really good. We've had Comstor Marketing Summit, where we had people meeting for the first time, despite them being in the team for 2 years, 2.5 years sometimes. And I know that the Middle East and Africa have had a number of customer events as well, where they've been doing meeting face to face. And I think that's hats off to making those things happen, because actually he's had to drive that quite hard in some cases, because people were settled into what they were doing and working from home. And actually, we need to sort of say, look, there's a good opportunity here. And the feedback from people who have been at these events has been absolutely phenomenal. And they've realized that actually this needs to happen. So it's great to see. And
I can remember when we start again with face to face, you really need to get used to it again, right? It's strange. And now we're already a little bit further, and you're coming familiarized with it again, which is good.
Yeah, and I think to support this this coming year as well.
Yeah, well, because we have, of course, a big supporting team, right, within the EMEA distribution team from Cisco, leading by Philip Wright. And we have some new faces coming in this year. So I will start with Kuda. He's the new DOM for Kenya and Nigeria. And within the team of Philip, we have Camilla Solska helping Katie and Matthew on everything what's on renewals. Rebecca Jukes, which you will hear later about on MSP, joined the team, which is very good because, again, MSP is a big priority. Jens Chilai is actually covering my old role in the Netherlands, the DAM role. So really happy that he's doing that at the moment. Within finance,
I hear he's doing an amazing job.
Within finance, we have Sarah joining us. And in a very important role, Chang Bapa, because he is our new leader for supply chain, and that's a hot topic at the moment, right? So really good that he's onboarded. And last but not least, we have a new DAM in Portugal, which is Anna, which is really great that she's finally there. So thank you all for joining to our team.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, we know that there's a much bigger team that sits behind, with. In the central Cisco team supporting Comstor as well. But these are the new faces, right?
Just the new ones. Yeah.
So if we look at our priorities going forward for the year, try to sort of wrap it up, because everything is affected, right? The priority topics that get called out, recurring offers, enterprise agreements, renewals, small business, SMP, did I say SMP? MSP. We've got some political challenges going on in the UK at the moment, but it's not for them, I hope. MSP and then sustainability. And actually, they're all affecting the architectures. So, enterprise networking, data center, and collaboration are touched by all of those topics.
Right.
And then all of these architectures are touched by services and security. So there's a thread throughout all of this that for everybody who owns those topics, whether it's a topic or an architecture, everybody's got to contribute to the success of the priorities this year. And we've got to maximize the security opportunity, because it runs through everything. And, when we were putting this slide together, I think we were talking about, we shouldn't be separating security as this separate subject, a separate architecture when we're communicating. We should be doing that as part of embedded it all of and have that thread through all of these conversations, just like we should do with services. I mean, with services, we've been doing that for much longer already. Why wouldn't we just do that with security as well? Okay, so I think we need to do that, and all of this needs to be underpinned by the digitization and automation programs that we've got running, and we're going to touch on a bit later.
And don't forget, we have one new one right on this list, which is sustainability.
Indeed.
Right. Yeah. So we're going to hear about that tomorrow more.
That's right.
I'm really excited about that. But I agree. I mean, it's not a radical change against last year. because we still, I mean, you cannot change from one month to the other month radically, right? So I think this is still the relevant topics to cover, and we'll continue to invest with you on those topics.
Yeah, indeed. I hope so.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So recurring offers, we need to call this out. It's still a growing business. And, despite the uptick in demand for hardware, it's still at more than 30% of our Comstor business. And, we've got to keep going. We are not there yet. This is, we still think that this is going to get to 45. If you just look at software and hardware and take out services altogether, I think there is still there's growth there to 40% of that mix will be software in the next 18 to 24 months. So I think there's more to go, but you can see over the last number of quarters there that it's continuing to grow. It's still an extremely important topic. And if you look at what our goals were for last year, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, we remembered the 1 billion on total business, right, which we achieved at the end, which was really great. And like I mentioned before, this year the ambition was to do 1 billion in two-tier. And when we said that, I can remember it, I think it was in August, and we were laughing a little bit, right? 1 billion in two-tier, no, that's not going to happen. Well, it can happen. So if we achieve the coming weeks with the bigger deals and do well, then I'm pretty sure we're going to make it. So that's really amazing.
Yeah. It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
It's going to be close.
We've really got to dig it out in the last few weeks of Cisco's year.
Yeah, and then for this year, we thought, well, let's leave then two-tier or one and two-tier and total business. Let's look at our main objective, right, which is the growth of recurring offers. So our bookings goal we want to set this year is 500 million. And I think you discussed with Ignacio on that. Was he crying? Was he crying? Or
when he got back off his chair, he sort of looked at the numbers and actually thinks it's possible as well. So it's good that he's on board with that. And I genuinely think it's possible. I genuinely know do 500 million of recurring offer this year is within sight, and that's a significant number.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And to support that, of course, we need teams in place to drive that. So combined with Cisco, there's investments been made in teams. I think most people are aware of this, but I think it's important to call it out, the importance of what this team is going to be doing. So in the central team, we've got Ignacio leading the RO efforts. And for the business development, the engagement with Cisco and driving those plans. He will be supported by a business development manager on new and a business development manager on renew. So that team is coming together at the moment. And I think that's really important to set the scene and to support the countries, and really supported by Marta in the marketing team as well, who's dedicated to driving recurring offer messaging.
Yeah, and I think that this is also important to align with the Cisco teams, right, in country, because we also have software specialists, service specialists, right? So if you can do that handshake, let's say, right, together on this growing opportunity, I think that would be really good.
Yeah, so that's coming along now, so that's really good. And then the local teams will be mapped similarly so that they can support that and drive that locally as well, because the conversation is going to change over time about the kind of type of conversation we're having with our customers. And I think we need the team structure in place. This is just the platform, by the way. I think evolve over time, but this is now up and running, and great to see. So that's the human element of supporting that 500 million, if you like, locally and centrally. And I'm not going to go into all the details of the next slide, partly because it's probably not possible to read now looking on the screen. But it's the line at the bottom that we want to call out. We drive digital first, okay? And that's what we've got to do to get to that 500 million and above, right? We're not going to do that by having to touch every single order. And the reason I'm not going to call those out because we've got Rack joining us later today, and I'm going to touch on a bit of detail around that then. But if you can read it, you'll see that there's some pretty obvious things in there that need to happen and are happening. But the drive digital first is really key message for everybody in the audience. It doesn't matter whether you're operations, sales ops, your marketing, your sales, your external, internal architectures. You've got to drive digital first when it comes to the recurring offer piece.
I agree. And small business, because also this year it was and is still important business, right? And what you see here is the two-tier business and your growth year over year. And actually in fiscal year 20, it was down, right? So we thought, okay, is this gonna fly? But it is, right? With a lot of effort of your teams, 30% in fiscal year 21. And again, now it's 48. So if you count that towards your total, it's 20% of your total business, which makes it a very important segment. And that will give a bridge to the next slide, because within Cisco distribution team, this is really the driver for the distribution champions club, right? And luckily, finally, we did go, right? It was in March, right? Sorry, I forgot. But yeah, we congratulations again to all the people who went over there. And yeah, guess what? It's our 10th anniversary this year, so we're gonna do another one, and that's really strange, right? Because we're just at the feeling we're just back, and now probably a lot of people will go again in November, right? And if you look at where you are at the moment on your target, looking very good. I think it was 97% at the moment.
Yeah.
So and not only that is important, right? But you can earn a lot of, or you're already earning a lot of rebates. So 1.2 million already this year, and a potential 800K in Q4 if you hit the target. And then we have some accelerators also. So it will be also very important for your profitability. And again, not long.
Yeah,
that we will go again.
And indeed, and the higher up we come on that target, the more places that get opened up for Comstor,
Exactly.
right? So
yeah.
There are many places available across the mirror on this trip. Let's make sure that we fill them with Comstor people,
Yep.
what I say, right? And if you've not been on this, and there's someone in your organization, in your country that has been on it, then you need to go and ask them what it's like, okay? And then you'll get back to your desk and you'll realize, I've got to go make this happen, because it's an amazing,
Sure.
amazing trip. And yeah, you really want to be on it. So lots of places to fill up. We're doing really well against the goals at the moment, and earning the rebate as well, which is fantastic. And I think, you know, this program has really helped us this year as well, because of the way that it was amended to help with, you know, the bookings. It wasn't done on invoicing, it was done on bookings, and that's really helped us and allowed us to earn this rebate. So thank you, Philip and team, for making that happen. We really appreciate it. It made a big difference to us. This was the trip that happened just recently.
Photo.
Look at that.
That's a great one.
Yeah, and this was Comstor Cup. Okay, so Comstor Cup is about learn and earn. Okay, so it's about doing education, whatever that focus is for the year. There's black belt last year, probably going to be a further edition of black belt this year. But in combination with doing all of the training and education, it's about how you perform against your goals as well. So if you can do the two of those things, and actually you can see there's a link between those that do the learning, do the earning, all right? And so if you do those two things, you could be selected to get on this. We are going to run it again. Just need Matthias to sign it off, but I think we're going to run it again, okay? But starting in our H2, right?
Yeah, what I liked about this incentive was it was totally aligned with the priorities we set, right? So if those two are coming together, then the results will come, right?
That's right.
And that was really nice, this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, if you know anybody that went on that trip, please go and talk to them, because they'll the feedback was very positive, and it was a great time. So yeah, we'd love to see you on that trip as well. So okay, that's our quick look back and look forward as well on the priorities for this year. What I'd like to do now is run the first country video, if that's all right.
And we'll rise up. Woo! Yeah.
Happy New Year, 23!
Happy New Year.
And by the way, it's all about relationship, intern and externally.
And of course, it's all about intake. We book the ticket directly into the stars with growth of 42%.
And SaaS is and will be the key to fast revenue, but it needs to be part of our DNA.
Woo!
And a buzzword from last year, estimated time of arrival, will also be one for this year.
Yay! United, the secret of our ongoing success. We are two peas in a pot. Same innovative drive, same high energy, and same passion.
And finally, guys, it's all about party! See you at the Distribution Champions Club 2022.
Yeah, it was. What's worrying is apparently that's the best one.
How do you know?
So yeah, we'll look forward to the others that are coming along. So Jens and team, thanks very much for putting that together. It's great to see you, contributing to this program. So thank you. I'd like to invite up onto stage now David Grant, our CEO, who's going to give us some insight into the markets. Yeah, I'll give you that clicker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
And if you could just give us an insight, David, on what you're seeing in the market generally, not necessarily Cisco specific, but how you're seeing the market, and a little bit about Westcon International, please.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, well, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. It's great to be here. Just a couple of kind of opening thoughts. The conservative Germans definitely not changed my whole perspective on what that would be like. But and by the way, I'm not doing a video. The whole comment about opening up and relationships. I've started, my travel regime again, but it's fantastic to be able to go to, various markets. I've just come back from Australia and New Zealand, where they've been closed as two countries for a very long time. So getting to meet the Cisco and the Comstor teams down there has been fantastic. In fact, for many of them, it was their very first kind of external partner event for nearly 3 years. And the benefits that we get from that, we can run and maintain the business, but when we really want to start evolving and building, that human interaction is so important. The other thing is that, of course, Comstor as a distributor, we are absolutely an extension of the Cisco go-to-market, and of course our business. We need to do that for other vendors as well. I think Philip's favourite way of describing them is other third world vendors. But we work with a number of other vendors, and you have to be an extension of your sales team. But I don't think there's any part of our organisation, I would argue, any part of a distribution business anywhere that most closely aligns what we do to the objectives of the vendor. And I think the way in which we were talking about some of the achievements of last year really reflects that. So fantastic to see. I'm going to review our performance, our business performance for last year, but I'm not going to do that with slides and narrative. So what I thought, what I would do is do that through a video. So let's just take some time to reflect on Comstor's FY22 that we closed out in February through looking at this video. So I think, it was a fantastic year. We, across our entire group, we grew our revenues actually by 20%. And if we'd have, our backlog coming into the semiconductor shortages used to represent about a month's worth of total group revenues. When we closed the year, it was nearly a quarter. So if you'd have taken what we actually managed to invoice and just shipping out some more of that backlog, we would have probably grown by over 20%, and a clear significant portion of that upside would have come from our Cisco Comstor businesses. So I think most of us would have thought that 2020, and if you go back to that chart that the guy showed earlier, that Katie produced initially, there was that dip in 2020 in the pandemic. And then, of course, 21 and now 22 are growing quite aggressively. And I think we all would have thought that 2020 would have been one of the most challenging years. Actually, the demand for the products now are increasing. So I think we're just in a fantastic position. But I think what we are seeing is that there's no doubt that the market is changing. And I'm not going to go through all of the words on this slide because you guys and girls would have read it completely by the time I've got through the very first point. But I think the elements are that there is no doubt, having run our businesses on a remote basis now for a couple of years, we have got used to that digital interaction, and for managing the business and for managing relationships and selling activities, there is absolutely no doubt, particularly with the changing dynamic of the buying community, that our ability to transact and manage our business digitally is an increasingly important driver. And COVID is absolutely accelerating that. And of course, with hybrid working, we see the same dynamic of that digital and virtual connection being really important. Subscription software, how we manage that, especially as all of the vendor community pushes really hard to drive to that subscription and software model. And none more so than I think that we see within our Cisco business. So we need to prepare ourselves for both of those changes, both the solutions that we sell with you, and also how we make sure that our sales teams are able, along with our partners, to really interface into our business digitally. The whole corporate social responsibility agenda, responsible business, I think, is taking a much more central stage in everything that we do. I think if we go back 3 or 4 years, that the phrase greenwash, where I think it was just something on the agenda that we talked to, is fundamentally shifting. Recruiting the best employees now, many of the younger people, in fact, some of the older people, but the people coming into our business are asking us about what our commitment to this agenda is. And of course, around how we manage and work with all of the people in our business. So I think all of those are things that we need to respond to and change in our organisation, and that's reflected right the way through our Comstor business as well. But of course, I think we're also recognising that the whole semiconductor challenge, we're working our way through that. That's not a Cisco isolated issue. In fact, my observation would be that actually Cisco are managing this situation better than any other vendor with which we operate. The scale of that Cisco business, the investment you can make, the commitment you can make to your supply chain, means that there's no doubt that I believe that we'll get a recovery in our Comstor and Cisco business much more quickly than with our other vendor partners. And I think that's, again, something that we should be driving, and also the vendors that we don't carry. I don't think they will be responding. So I think there's a really strong opportunity for us to be driving that agenda into our partner base, and the fact that Cisco will recover so much more quickly than other organisations. But of course, there is so much conversation at the moment about inflation, recessionary pressures, and I think we've got to be cognizant of that for sure. The one thing I would say is that so far we see no let-up and no reduction in demand. And I think that's largely because of the markets in which we operate. Apart from the corporate and social responsibility agenda, most of the other executive board discussions are about what are you doing about your cyber security and your network flexibility and resilience, and Cisco's presence in both of those markets in terms of that networking and of course in security are strong. So how does that all play into our 5-year plan? So we closed out FY22 actually as a company on $4 billion of gross revenues. So that was a year ahead of our expectations. But we are committed over the next 18 months to becoming this digitally enabled sales company. A lot of the technology investments you see with distribution are generally in once we've won the order, how do we get that order placed on to Cisco? And I'll talk a little bit about how we are going to be very different in that regard in a moment. And I think that Rack will also cover a lot of that when he talks about Partner Central. But just homing in really on a couple of these topics, because I'm not going to go through all of our goals and all of our foundations. But we believe that within the next 5 years, we will comfortably get to 65% of all of our revenues coming from recurring offers. As a company, at the end of last year, we were at 51%, and that was up from 26% 4 years ago. So the progress we've made, and in our recurring offer definitions, we have the maintenance contract, so the SmartNet type activity, but also all of the subscriptions. So I think there's a huge opportunity for us to continue to drive that. Responsible business, I've touched on this already, but this is in part our commitment to be carbon neutral by 2025 and net zero by 2050. We're signing up to that commitment. And the other element is really around our DI&E strategy. So we are really focusing on having a very inclusive culture in our business, and our One Westcon initiative, I think, underscores that. And in fact, Russell is one of our ambassadors for that particular initiative. So I think then the final area I'd focus on is this 90% of all of our transactions being digitally enabled. And this is just an internal metric. But what does that really mean? Well, you'll hear from Rack about Partner Central. Partner Central is our marketplace and platform that pulls together Blue Sky, where we drive very hard with the Cisco PMI strategy. Partner View, which is where our existing partners go to make sure that they can take all of the information they need about running their business with us, and pulls it together with a much, much stronger e-commerce capability that I think will be increasingly important in small business, but also brings to market for the first time a hybrid cart capability. So our partners can order hardware and software and services all together. And you'll see that rollout and that launch is planned for the middle of this calendar year. And I don't think I'll have destroyed Rack's entire presentation, but that's in essence what he's going to talk to you about. You then combine that with our zero touch quote. I think that is a phenomenal opportunity to take friction out of the channel and really drive that small business initiative to make sure that we become easier to do business with. So, yeah, the technology is complex. Anything we can do to make it easier for our partners to quote, price, configure, we have to drive that really hard. And finally, we've talked there a lot about partners and our interface into Cisco, but we also need to make sure that our own sales teams have got the same capability. So we have been talking for some time about how do we do that? How do we really build into our business the opportunity for our sales teams to do what is commonly called that land, adopt, and expand, renew sales motion? So we will be initiating this month and piloting by the end of the year a Microsoft Dynamics platform, which will really give our sales teams everything at their desktop around those new opportunities, the ability to do that adoption, so the CX component, upsell with expansion, and then also drive the renewals element. And again, I think that when we start to look at that, those end-to-end opportunities will make sure that Comstor remains Cisco's premier distributor. There is not another organization that focuses on the business in the way we do, that globally has a single platform. 4 years ago, we talked about having a single SAP platform, and it sounded great, but I think people failed to really understand what the commercial benefit of that was. But when we launched partner central, and when we launch Dynamics, it will mean that we will have the same experience for our partners and our sellers everywhere instantly. It won't be rolled out in one location and then we have to wait 6 months to find a different integration for Germany and then a different one for France. So I think that scale and that agility will really make a massive difference along with the digital opportunity. So I'm not sure if there have been any questions. I ordinarily would have suggested people do that at the start to avoid a really embarrassing tumbleweed moment about now. Is there a question?
Well, there is that one on sustainability, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about the accreditation and certification. Are we planning to do that? But I think you answered that we are signing up to that.
Well, we're working with 2 organisations, EcoVadis and another one, the name of which escapes me. The role in which the role they play is that they look at 3 components. One is our emissions and our carbon position within the direct part of our business now, then effectively with extending that to our suppliers, and then finally right the way through our supply chain. That is a significant amount of work and a huge undertaking, but we're looking to do that on an international basis, so in all the markets in which we operate. And I think, I'm not sure who's covering that section, but Kevin Brzezinski.
So tomorrow we've got Nicholas Anderson from Cisco and Alistair Borissow joining us.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think our position on that, again, the number of our partners who are asking around our credentials in this area, I think is becoming increasingly and understandably quite rightly significant.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm going to close out and hand over to Willem and Philip, who are going to talk to you about the detail of the business. I can't think of 2 guys who've got a better opportunity to do that. So Philip and Willem, up you come. Takes a bit longer for them to get on stage than it did a few years ago. Good to see you.
Good to see you in person after so long.
Did you come through Schiphol today?
Yes, I did.
And how long did it take?
Well, I was there very early because last time it took me about 2 hours because they closed the priority lane.
Right.
And there was absolutely nobody. I went through in like 2 minutes.
Is that because the last time you had to find someone to get through quickly and maybe they cleared the place for you?
But then I arrived at Heathrow and we had to like 50 minutes in front of the gate because there were too many planes. So
they were expecting you.
You can't count on it, right? Which is I think the trouble, right? Sometimes it's okay and sometimes it's very challenging. And that's a bit like our business.
I was going to say ours is consistently excellent, isn't it? But anyway, I'll leave you guys to it.
All right, thanks, David.
Well, first of all, Willem, it's great to see you.
Because great to see you.
This time last year, I couldn't see you, and you were in recovery, right? And so you're back to full health.
Yeah,
I am.
I am. I mean, I had a little accident last year, and I wasn't feeling that well. It was just after I came home from hospital, and it's just before I was going on a bicycle ride, which I'm going to be on again next week. So. Yeah, but now I hope I make it. No, but I'm feeling good.
Good to see you.
Good
to see you back in full
Good to
health.
see you as well.
So it's great to see, as we look back, how in perfect harmony we are. That's what really strongly resonates with me. Perfect harmony. And also the balance of your business is fantastic. And we talk a lot about having a balanced scorecard. And so I think that talks a lot about the reasons for you being so successful. But before all of that, I want to start off with a big thank you. A big thank you to you, your team, the way you show up every single day. We really appreciate, but particularly in, I think, the most challenging time we've ever experienced in our working career. There's a lot of tenure, I think, in this room, and I would say on behalf of all of us, I don't think we've ever worked under such difficult and challenging times. And you performed absolutely every single day. Really, on behalf of all of us at SCO, I want to say a big thank you to you and your teams.
Well, I really appreciate that, Philip. And I would like to return and thank you as well. And to you, of course, but all the Cisco people in this room and also in countries, in the various countries. But very much also the sales individuals, our sales teams, which, you know, it's been, and you saw the word cloud earlier on, and I think everybody was pretty polite in terms of choosing their words, but it was from time to time an absolute nightmare. It was so difficult for our people, and I really felt pity because we had such insane results, right? But we didn't really get the award. And when you look at the theme of this event, Rise Up, in many ways, it represents what we're kind of expecting. After all the operational and supply chain challenges, all the hard work which many people, tens of people on your end, on our end, are doing from a system perspective, we're building a warship. We're absolutely, maybe a bit inappropriate words at current times, but we are building a machine which is going to be so efficient moving forward with Partner Central, with Dynamics, with the IT integration, with all the patches in terms of price changes. So, I'm really looking forward for the next year. And I think also our people deserve that we take bite in that big backlog, but your people deserve it as well, because your people, a lot of them are also not getting paid on backlog, right? So I think that's the goal for next year, right? It's yes,
Absolutely.
We need to continue growing our bookings, and we will, but we need to reduce that backlog, and hopefully that's going to happen.
So we're returning back to normal. The last couple of years, or the last year has been a bit of a blur.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the Sunday morning blur that you and I normally face, but from this perspective, a bit of a blur. Overnight, we went from working in the office to working at home.
Yeah.
The challenges that represents with balance of family life and children, and then went into this hybrid world, and we had some stop and start, and we're now really coming out of it. All right, certainly in the UK, and we've got to live with the challenges from the pandemic and what that created, but from COVID specifically, and I'm sure there's going to be some more false starts, right? But from this hybrid perspective, we've got huge opportunity looking forward, massive opportunity.
Yeah.
So let's pivot a little bit more looking forward.
Yep.
And before that, I would like to introduce a short video from our leader, Vice President for Global Sales and SMB, Andrew Sage. Roll the video, please.
Hey, Comstor, Emir, and APJC. It's Andrew Sage here, Vice President of Global Distribution and SMB Sales, and I am so glad to be with you at your kickoff. I'm here to share a few of the priorities that I hope we can go after together in FY23, but before I say another word, I want to make sure I stop and say thank you. And honestly, I have never meant it more than I mean it right now. It has been an incredibly tumultuous year together, without a question. On one hand, we've never seen bookings growth like we saw in FY22, and frankly, in some of the quarters leading up to that. Let's keep that going. That is really good for our business. However, on the flip side, it has been complicated with supply chain challenges, with operational and systems challenges, and with frequent price changes. We've made this environment more complex than it needs to be, and you are helping us to work through it together. So thank you for supporting our partners and supporting our customers through this incredible complexity. We could not have done this without you. Now, I am here in Las Vegas at Cisco Live, and honestly, this place is buzzing. You know, the things that we do together are exactly what our customers need right now. The 4 things our customers are telling us they need. Number 1, reimagine their applications in a hybrid world. Number 2, help them with remote work. Make it easier on those people that are doing hybrid work in the company. Number 3, secure everything, because apps are everywhere, security also has to be everywhere. And number 4, really apropos to this conference I'm at right now, is transform the infrastructure, make it more manageable, make it easier for our customers and our MSPs to deliver the things they do. So, what are we doing in the partner organization? Well, Oliver sees the partners doing what they have always done so well, which is perform and transform for us. In fact, I think this year we're going to really put the emphasis on perform, because some of the items that were in transform, like managed services, for example, and CX lifecycle, well, frankly, you're doing those every day. So I see those almost as performance. What we will do though this year in the partner promise is to add one more thing: perform, transform, and simplify. Absolutely simplify. So what does that mean for us in distribution as we go out to support the partners to make all of that happen? 4 priorities. Number 1, the foundational business. We have to make sure every day we're supporting you to wake up and support that 2-tier partner. Still the fastest growing partner community, at the company, long-term, massively strategic for us. Let's make their lives easy. We want to make your life easy and focus on your satisfaction and your profitability as well. And let's make sure our people are happy, engaged, and educated. Those are the foundational priorities we have. Second, SMB. Wow, we have never been in an opportunity where it is so central to what we all do every day. This is ours to lose. Really look forward to working with it, with all of you on it every day. Number 3, simplification and digitization. Let's take the hands out of the business. APIs and B2B is going to allow our people to focus on value-added activities. And finally, scale software and annuities. Enterprise agreements, SaaS, let's do this together, gang, and let's see if we can get our business up to 40% software and annuities. I look forward to making this happen. Now, a little bird told me that the theme of your conference this year is Rise Up, so let me propose this. Let's rise up together and capture this opportunity in FY23. Thank you so much for the partnership.
Oh, have I got the clicker?
Absolutely fantastic video. In fact, I think it says it all. It's a good summary of last year, and it's an even better description of what we hope to accomplish in the next year.
And again, Willem, you're in perfect harmony there, right? There's no real surprises.
No.
So I'm sharing here, and Andrew spoke of these sort of 4 pillars, although we've got hypergrowth initiatives over here. So Andrew spoke about these 4 pillars, the foundational, SMB, hypergrowth, and life cycle. And I'll talk a little bit about those. Clearly, foundational, those elements have got to be in place, right? Clearly, the foundation, the bricks and the mortar. And you do that, it's all about recruit, enable, grow with the invest and the grow programs that we've got to underpin all of that from a profitability perspective. That's what you do exceptionally well in bringing on new partners, activating dormant partners, enabling partners, and taking them through that certification stack.
Yeah.
You've got a phenomenal track record in doing that.
Yes, although I think we could do even better than that. And I think over the last couple of years, the business growth was kind of unforeseen. Nobody expected when COVID started, we actually made business plans with a minus 30% in revenue. Can you imagine? Well, we had those plans ready, and look what happened. We went up like 30-40%. So nobody really was expecting this. But what we did see is that our whole sales organization is just losing too much time in processes. And that's what we've been working on. And that's what both David and also Andrew is referring to, the digitization of the way how we operate, freeing up more time of our salespeople. Our salespeople are smart individuals. They're fully aligned with you. But entering orders or sending out quotes is not the most sophisticated and valuable thing for a smart, intelligent salesperson to do. So that's what we want to do. And as a consequence, especially in a market which is in motion, where you will see more partners, new partners coming to the market, that's why I think we can even do better.
I completely agree. And now, businesses are open and we can travel a little bit more. In this hybrid world, you can be even more effective and efficient. Talking about hybrid under the architecture must-wins, which you can see there, we've got a huge opportunity with collaboration. I think that the way in which people have been buying our collaboration in the past has been a little bit, I'll buy the network, I'll buy the collab, and I'll buy the security. It's a little bit a la carte. So one of the things we will be announcing early in the year is some hybrid solutions. Hybrid solution for the office, for the home, or hybrid solution for anywhere. And that'll be all packaged up, and that's really exciting. The other opportunities clearly on SASE, but security, huge opportunity with security. And it's great to see, again, you're in lockstep with those opportunities.
No, absolutely. And in that matter, I would like to expand a little bit on what David was mentioning and not saying too much because it takes away the part of the message from Rek, but that whole SaaS business today is transacted through a pretty complex system. And in the future, everything will be on Partner Central. Everything. It's one single pane of glass, whether it's SaaS, whether it's renewals, whether it's hardware, whether it's software. And, that is a very important tool or methodology for us to rapidly expand more on the SaaS business. Right? And there's still some things which I think we need to address. The things which we are discussing with yourselves, like currencies, for example, local currencies and multi-year contracts. But as always, right? Our relationship is that strong, and we come across challenges. Often we come across them first because you test case with us, and then sometimes it takes a bit longer, but ultimately we come out stronger and we fix them. And we will continue to do that.
Absolutely. Let's touch on small and medium business for a moment, and Andrew referenced that. A couple of data points for you. According to Dun & Bradstreet, there's 33 million small and medium businesses in EMEA. We sell to just 700,000 of those, 2%. 2%. I've got an opportunity of 98,000. Not only that, within those 700,000, there's huge white space. So from a security perspective, let's take Duo. We're selling to just 5% of those active customers. Just 5% are buying Duo. All right. And then within that, just 2% are buying cloud security. So huge opportunity. When you start to look at the numbers and the upside and the product offerings that we have, which are perfect for their SMBs, it's no surprise that we're working in Harmony now, SMB even greater. Not that we were, because you've always been heavily invested in driving initiatives, which is going to accelerate that. So I'm super pleased with how we can double down even further. With SMB.
No, I agree. I mean, I think our journey with small business, Russell, you will recall that. I think it's kind of started in an event which we had in Barcelona, if I'm not mistaken. That's where we had
2.5 years
a bit of a battle, and there was some direct feedback, and that's when things started to change. And we really put our shoulders behind it. And opposite to what many thought, that we would probably be in a more challenging situation with Comstor than some of the other distributors. The reality shows the opposite, because we've been outperforming. And for us, I remember the discussions we had. It was like 11, 12% of our revenue only 2 years ago. Now it's 20.
Wow,
it's 20%. So, I mean, it's phenomenal growth. It's the fastest growing part at this moment. So we will continue to invest in that. And again, here, those partners are often, they need on one hand, they need automation. So we need to make it simple. That's what we're doing. On the other hand, right, they do need some talk time so that we can help them in more complicated processes and give them like a good customer experience throughout the life cycle. And that's what we intend to do. Yeah. So we will continue to outgrow.
That's what we're looking for. Outgrowing the market.
Yeah.
So let's move on to the hyper-growth initiatives. You're very familiar with this, and as you've heard from our hosts, from Russell and Matthias, there's nothing. This is just an evolution, right? We're not turning this upside down, right? So that means that we can get a really fast start into 23, first of all.
Yes.
So you're not seeing anything here new. We've clearly, sustainability has been added. Now, we're not setting targets because we've got 17 and a half days to go. So I don't know where we're going to land. And we're really looking forward to busting through that 1 billion two-tier number, which will be phenomenal. That'll be something to celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's all about having a fast start and continue to double down on these initiatives. Look, we've struggled from the bookings perspective. When we entered this, coming into this year, we thought that, and we coined the phrase 22 in 22. We thought that was a phenomenal aspirational number to deliver. And you know what? I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to deliver 22 in 22, which is phenomenal. You're outpacing that, as we saw. So congratulations. And thank you once again. But these are going to be the bedrock to ensure that we continue to drive that growth.
Yeah. So I think, I absolutely agree, Phil, like not always, but often. We have disagreements when we talk about Formula One, for example. So no, absolutely agree, and I think, you know, it's often when things get tough. I mean, the tough get going. I mean, everybody knows that, but you know, we have been in situations where it was really challenging, and you know, for us to stick together and work through these is amazing, and I want us to have the most successful year ever, and not just from a bookings perspective, but also from an invoicing perspective, because that's what helps our people and your people pay for gas and electricity, which is also rising up every day.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think we got a fantastic challenge ahead of us. I am very, very, you know, positive about some of the signals I'm getting in terms of supply chain. And hopefully, you know, we will see in the first half of the next fiscal of Cisco, we will see a lot of that coming in, and that would be phenomenal. And at the same time, we've got, you know, we've regrouped, so to speak. We've got all our teams together with our Comstor back with our Comstor marketing meeting and with the mothership team. We've invested in more people. We're probably more aligned than ever. And yeah, we will continue to shake the tree as much and as hard as we can. And I think we're up for a very, very interesting year.
We are. And look, things are going to get better, right? Certainly a lot of unpredictability still around. We're used to that, but we need to be agile, and we need to ensure that when things do improve, which they will, we're prepared to accelerate into those. For example, you know, the 9200, you know, it's public that, you know, the supply chain on the 9200 is going to get significantly better into Q1. That brings fantastic opportunities to accelerate, obviously, bookings, but equally to drive the revenue. And if you're going to have capacity, you're going to have availability, then it comes back to the stuff that you do phenomenally well, which is sales out programs.
Well, and from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, from what I understand, Cisco was very smart in redesigning the product, kind of, and using different chipsets, which were available.
Yeah.
Right. Now that means that we're not only going to get all that equipment in, which we can ship out, but it also means we have a competitive advantage over competition, right? And we need to build something very strong around that. And I think, you know, it's that kind of behavior which you know, brings back the memories of Cisco also in the past, always being first and always being, you know, sometimes a bit cheeky, but always on top of their game. And we need to do that. And I think we should do, you know, try and figure out what else we can do to get a bigger part of the market space, which, by the way, in a number of technologies, like security, for example, I actually believe we are going faster with Cisco at this moment in security than the other security vendors. So, you know, it's, I think, it's going to be an interesting year.
It's going to be a great year. We're looking forward to it. We're going to close out the year in a very exciting way, hitting that 1 billion, right, team? And then it's all about having a fast start into 23. So I'm super looking forward to that. Thank you, Will.
Let's work together, right? Let's and if there's ever anything, you know, let's just visit each other. I mean, our offices are open. All our offices are open. Our people are inside. If they're not visiting partners, so I invite everybody from Cisco to walk in, meet, talk about opportunities, come up with a plan, and plan can't be crazy enough. We'll seriously consider it. Thanks everybody for your support, and let's have a great finish to this fiscal year, and then start building a record year next year.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks.
I think we're going back to these guys.
Great to see that you're aligned also, right, on your level. So thank you very much for your presentations. And then we go into our next video, account-made video. And after Germany, right, the pressure is high. Let's start it.
And we'll rise up.
Hi all, greetings from Belgium. We're here together and we just wanted to highlight the outstanding performance of the team, not only during COVID, which of course were struggling times for everyone, but also the recent impact of the price increases and some extended deliveries. However, it is time to look forward and leave this tough period far behind us, together with our partners, by enabling them with our dedicated and, more important, your personal focus.
Indeed, Comstor is always ready to go the extra mile with an excellent performance of the team. Being the place where everybody within distribution wants to work, it is creating a very strong environment for success and a market share of 52%.
The positive feedback stories from our customers, as well as Cisco, about all the effort you are making on a daily basis to create alternatives based on our stock levels, but also the upsell possibilities this creates, is an excellent example of outperforming our competition.
But you don't only work hard, the Comstor team is famous for playing hard. We saw a great example of that during our latest distribution party in Belgium, and your own successful summer event for over 300 customers. I believe these fundamentals show that we are ready for a great closing, and as we are always well positioned to rise up in FY23.
Team, good luck with the closing and many, many thanks.
Thank you.
Santé.
Ching.
Santé.
Cheers.
Very good. Yeah, and Dave and Stefan, thanks for that. Wouldn't have been a video without champagne in it for you, Stefan. So good to see you're continuing that trait. Willem and Phil, thank you very much for your contribution today. Appreciate it. The alignment, as Mateus was saying, is absolutely spot on, and we always want to be breaking records, right? So yeah, we've been set a tough one.
For sure.
Okay, so I'm really happy to bring virtually into our audience now, Rak Pabu, who is our CTO, amongst other jobs, but for this particular topic, he's the CTO. And I just want to check, Rak, are you there?
Russell, Mateus, yes, I am. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you actually, and see you in the room as well, so that's great. So thanks for joining us, because I appreciate you're on leave at the moment as well, so taking some time out to do this and join us. So really appreciate that.
No problem at all. It's great to be here.
Rumor has it you've been quite busy recently, and there's been, and one of the things that you've been working on is around the Partner Central piece, and it's something that everybody's looking forward to. I wonder if you could just give us a little bit of an explanation around that before we go into the next level, next steps.
Absolutely. You know, it's an extremely exciting time in terms of what we've got coming down the line with Partner Central. I've been talking about it for a while. I've been talking about it to all of you from Comstor, many of you from Cisco, you know, over the last year, around this vision of what we're trying to build as a marketplace and a platform. You know, we're really getting closer to the end now, so it's great that we can start to see some tangible stuff. And you know what this is going to be, and I think Willem alluded to it in, you know, I caught the tail end of the last conversation, was that this is the one place where our partners can go for everything, right? We want to bring them an enhanced, you know, transactional marketplace experience, but also it's the place they can go to log in easily to the Comstor partner portal, to get that rich content, you know, that rich enablement that, you know, really helps our partners. And then of course our learning management solution, so where we can offer training and, you know, further, you know, technical enablement or whatever it may be, or sales enablement in that space. So, you know, ultimately we've had a number of disparate tools over the years. You know, sometimes that causes confusion. It's harder to get adoption and get people to use everything and to know what everything can do. So bringing Partner Central together for us is going to make it much simpler for our partners and for all of our people as well to, you know, be able to interact with us in a digital way.
So it's fair to say that it's not just an e-commerce site.
Absolutely, it's a lot more than that, right? It's you know, and you know, it's a marketplace. There's a lot of focus at the moment in our current development track around the enhancement of the e-commerce experience and that transactional experience. But ultimately, what this is to be for us moving forward, and this is a journey, is really how our partners can decide to interact with us in a digital way, you know, for the things that they want to self-serve with, the things that they want to get access to, data, enablement and training, you know, but not taking away from the human interaction, right? We've always said, you know, we're not expecting all of our partners to suddenly move through a digital way of engaging with us only. We see it very much as a hybrid, but allowing our partners to do the things they want to do themselves when they want to do that, and working with our people when they need to, have the real valuable conversations. So that this is two sides of the coin for us, I think, in terms of what we do. It's not a shift of our business model that we are moving away from that personal touch and that partner engagement. If anything, this is to help enhance that.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I think, that's a key point in there about releasing our teams to be able to have a more valuable conversation with the partner as opposed to having to focus on the transactional activity that they would do. And I think that's such a key step in how we're going to evolve our business. There's people in the room, there's people in the audience that will have heard the terms Blue Sky and Partner View over the years at different levels and for different reasons. What happens to those tools that we have today?
So from a technology perspective, Russell, they're still part of Partner Central. They're the engines underlying Partner Central that allow us to transact the traditional products we've been selling, to transact SaaS, to manage our renewals and surface those. But ultimately, as brands, they're going to fall away. And our partners won't need to log into those individual tools anymore. They'll go into Partner Central and they'll have the full experience and everything is brought together. So the underlying technology is not sort of a wasted investment. It's the building blocks or the foundation that we've built Partner Central on, but we won't be going to market trying to explain to a partner why they need to use Blue Sky or why they need to use Partner View. We'll just be talking to them about Partner Central moving forward once we launch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, so you go into Partner Central and you would access, so it won't be called Blue Sky. You'll just go naturally into the area where you want to order the Cisco PMI services, for example, and it'll just be part of the Partner Central environment. Is that right?
That's exactly it. So a partner will go into that marketplace component of Partner Central where they can do their transactions. It doesn't matter what type of transaction they want to do. It'll all be there. They don't need to go to different tools to be able to, join up a transaction ultimately.
Right. Okay. Is there any chance we could have a little look at Partner Central?
Absolutely. So, for a year, I think I've been doing a number of these conversations and I've been showing a lot of PowerPoint slides, right? But PowerPoint doesn't really, I think, show what we've actually got coming. And obviously, we've been in the development phase up until now. So it's been very hard to show anything but PowerPoint and to explain what we wanted to build. But actually, we're quite far down the development track. So I've got a video that we can run. It's a couple of about 10 minutes long. That will give you some insight into what Partner Central looks like today. I will just, put the caveat around it that this is a demo of the development environment, right? This isn't the finished product, but I thought this is a great opportunity to be able to share with you something that shows that it's real and tangible, and you can see some of the features and how it works without me explaining it again on some PowerPoint slides. So if we could roll the video, and then we can, maybe have a few questions, call outs after that.
That we've logged in and we've now landed on our product catalog. I'm able to search and filter, by various parameters as well as sort the catalog. You'll notice we've got call to actions here embedded within the catalog, so I'm quickly able to add products to cart without having to go to the product detail page. I can go to product detail page as well and add to cart from there. You'll see I've got pricing information available, and I think all of these products are kind of digital products. We don't have availability information, but if we had kind of traditional products that we stock, we'd have a real-time stock availability information to view. So I'm going to go ahead and just search. So here we have one of product, as you can see. If I click into the product, you'll see a product detail page. Because this is a cloud product, we don't have a lot of details, but if this were a hardware product, for example, I would see a lot of enriched data coming from Eatalize, technical specifications, things of that nature. As well, I would see my availability information across multiple warehouses if applicable. And here's that add to cart call to action that we discussed. So I'm going to go ahead and just add this product to cart and then jump into my cart. Okay, so here we have our cart. Up here, you'll see a reference to a project. So projects are a way to organize carts. So if I have multiple carts that make up, part of the same overall project, for example, maybe an office move where it might take multiple orders to fulfill all of the needs, I'm able to organize those quickly into a project. It's really just a high-level grouping. So it's a very simple concept, but offers a lot of options for the partner. So I can either move or create a new cart or I can either move my cart to an existing project or create a new project on the fly here. I'm happy with the project that this cart happens to be in, so I'm going to just click on out of there. You'll see I've got options here to quickly add additional products. So I just added the one from my product catalog, but if I have a list of other SKUs that I quickly want to add, I can copy and paste them here. I mentioned the cloud product that I've added, so I have the option to configure my product. This is a required step. I'm not able to proceed and do anything else until I've run through this configuration. And I'm just going to, very quickly run through this configuration process. Okay, so I've now created a draft order, and that draft order will be used if I go ahead and complete the order. That work order is what will ultimately be submitted and to do the provisioning. So you'll see I've got my cart summary here. If I have periodic billing, you'll be able to see breakdowns of, if your billing term is monthly, for example, you'll see a breakdown of what your monthly, billed amount would be. You'll see here I've got two different options. So this is a little bit of a different concept from what we have today where, when you first come in, for example, you would need to decide upfront whether you want to submit an RFQ or if you want to build a cart and then do a direct checkout. But here we offer the users a lot of flexibility where they can first build their cart, and then after they've built their cart, they can then make the decision about whether they proceed to RFQ or if they want to go ahead to direct checkout. In the future, we'll have some rules around this. So if, for example, you've created your cart from a vendor reference import, there may be rules about if you add products or delete products from your cart, maybe you would not be able then to complete a direct checkout. You would need to go through the RFQ process and work with Westcon. So again, we'll have some rules there in the future. You'll see I've got a checkbox here for accepting the CSR agreement. So this is something that we're going to offer, and is a little bit of a change from how we do things today, where anybody, regardless of whether they've accepted the CSR agreement, is able to come in. They're able to browse, a full product catalog, view products. They're able to add products to their cart. They're able to configure, and then we just stop them before they do their RFQ or checkout, and we have them sign the CSR agreement. It's just a one-time thing. So once somebody from the partner has accepted the CSR terms, they will not be prompted in the future for it. Nobody from that organization will have to re-execute that. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed into direct checkout so we can look at the checkout flow in more detail. All right, so now we're in direct checkout. So you'll see some information from the cart has pulled through. So for example, your end customer. If I want to change my end customer, I do need to jump back to cart to do that. But I'll have a listing of end customers where basically any end customer that I've transacted with throughout my history with Westcon, I'll be able to select that from an address book. Or I can always create a new end customer. Same with contacts, so any contacts that have been previously linked to the end customer that I've selected, I can select from that list, or I can add a new one. Shipping address, same idea. If I were to add a new shipping address, you'll see this validate address button. This is going to make a call to Trillium, which is going to make sure that the address is properly formatted. It's going to give me some options to say, here's a different format maybe to what I've entered. Is this the one that you want? So you can accept that and then move on. So this helps us to keep our address data very clean. Same with shipping contacts. I've got a quick option here to set my ship to an end user to be the same. I've got some optional shipping information here, and then billing details I need to accept. You'll notice a couple of links sprinkled throughout checkout. So these are opportunities for the partner user to engage with Westcon to get help. So if there's something that they're not happy with in checkout, but we don't necessarily want to give the partners the option to change. So for example, if they want something other than the standard shipping method, they want an express ship method, that could incur an extra cost. So we don't want to just, make that available to anybody without, evaluating what the cost is and seeing if there needs to be an upcharge for it. So again, we've got some hooks here that say, if you want to make changes that, aren't supported kind of, by default, please reach out to Westcon and we're happy to assist you further with your order. Enter my PO number, and this is going to take me into the order review page. So this is just your kind of standard order review. You've got summaries here with quick links back to the various steps in checkout and cart, where you can make any changes before you do your final submit. You accept the T's and C's, you place your order. Once the order is submitted, you'll get an order confirmation page that will give you your, we use the customer PO number as an initial reference, and then once the SAP order ID is available, they can then search by the SAP order ID, or they can always use their PO number to find the order and check status. Okay, so that's cart and checkout. So I'm just going to switch gears a little bit and move on to show you some of our listing pages. So we've got our licenses page. So any licenses available there will display here. You'll notice as I move through this page and then the next subscriptions page that the look and feel of the pages is very similar. So this is basically a template that we use throughout Partner Central. You'll see this template used, for example, in our order history page, our quote listing page, our RFQ listing page. Again, they're all going to have this general look and feel. So within licenses, you can expand to see some additional information. You'll see some information blurred out here. So these are your license keys, which is some sensitive information. So we just want to keep track of everybody who's viewing this information. We also want to keep track of who's downloading the licenses, kind of for the same reason. So anytime somebody clicks show here on the licenses or they opt to download a license, we keep track of that in an audit log. So if I just kind of hover over the audit log for this record, you'll see, it was inquired. So that means somebody's viewed the license secrets or it's been downloaded. So it keeps track again of the user ID and the date that occurred. So that's our licenses page. And if I just quickly shift gears again, we're going to move over to subscriptions. Okay, so here we go. Here's our data. We've got some action items here. So if I expand down, it's dependent on the status of the license as well as the vendor. But you'll see I have several options here. So this license, I'm able to make some modifications. I can either change it, so maybe add some additional seats, or I can suspend the license. So again, any modification action available for the subscription. If I select one of these options, it's going to launch that configurator that we saw in checkout, and you'll kind of go through the same flow to make your modifications to the subscription, and then when you're complete with that flow, you'll return back to this page. Okay, so those are our subscriptions. And I'm going to shift gears just one last time because we'd like to show some self-service aspects of Partner Central. So the page that we're looking at here is your partner admin page. So partner admins are going to be assigned to each of our partners. And you'll see that I've got a listing here of all of the members. So these are all of the individual users within my organization. And you'll see I've got really quick access here to modify the user's roles or to which accounts that they're able to view within my organization. I can also edit the user. So if I want to deactivate the user, for example, they've left the company, we don't want them to have access to Partner Central anymore. This is something that the partners can manage with internally rather than having to rely on Westcon to take that action to keep their accounts secure. You'll see up here I've got a pending approval request. So again, this is something that Westcon has to do today. If somebody submits a user registration form, a Westcon admin has to take the request. They need to reach out to the partner, validate that that is, a person who should have access to, Westcon's tools in that partner account, verify their role. But again, all of that is now within Partner Central for the partners to manage. So, this, for example, is a new user registration. Somebody from my organization went through that process, and now it's up to me to assign them their role, decide which accounts they have access to, and approve their account. So once I approve it, that actually creates the account in the various systems. I also, as an admin, have the ability to add a new member. So rather than having the users in my organization fill out the user registration form, I can do it on their behalf and just set them up and kind of skip over this approval process. So again, this really kind of speeds up the time that it takes for new users to be onboarded onto Westcon's tools, as well as obviously, alleviating some of the work on the Westcon side from an administrative standpoint.
So yeah, welcome back, everyone. Thanks, Rack, for that. Hopefully you can still hear us and see us. Yeah, great. Okay.
Absolutely.
Super. So just very briefly on that video, it's as Rack was saying, it's a work in progress, and that the video wasn't maybe as clear as we would like to have done, but what we wanted to do was show that this is a very real environment, because Rack referred to earlier. We've done a lot of PowerPoint over the last year around this, and we wanted to make sure that it was clear that this was a real environment and it's live. And I think we are, we're UAT testing, and we're going to be rolling that out later this summer to customers. Rack, I wondered if there was some things that you'd like to call out there that are done, sort of call out features, if you like, enhancements that we may not have been made clear on that video. Was there anything you wanted to call out?
Absolutely, Russell. I think, maybe the first thing to call out is that, all the work that we've been doing over the last few years with Cisco around our integration, zero touch quote, the APIs, automation, all of that is the foundation still of what Partner Central is, right? So this is not something that's done in isolation, where our teams are working in the back office with the integrations at Cisco, and Partner Central something else. This absolutely leverages on that. So, our ability to do zero touch quote and publish that and publish it straight through to Partner Central for a partner will be there, right? So I think that's maybe something to make sure it doesn't come across, obviously, in the video. And from a partner, they wouldn't know that, right? But this is building on the roadmap that we've been on together for quite some time. There's a lot of, enhancements and capabilities that have been called out before by partners of things that they wanted to see more of. Our ability to do search and filtering has been greatly enhanced. They can just start typing in a bit the pieces of a SKU or description of something, and get that get to the product very quickly. We spent a lot of time on the navigation, making sure that it's simpler, more consistent wherever you go, across the different areas. And although it wasn't there, the product details page, that we've got a third-party integration that will pull in very, very rich content around everything. So whatever the SKU is or the particular product that a partner is looking for, they'll get the images, they'll get the technical descriptions, they'll get all of that information, when they want to make a decision around, what it is that they need. The other thing I think that Laura did in that video, she called out, is we have this new thing around projects. Which is, quite a simple concept, but it's really, really helpful for a partner, where if they're adding things to multiple carts, but let's say they're doing a rollout into multiple countries, they could title everything as a particular project, but have the individual carts and the different quotes for the different countries, but be able to manage that in one simpler way, so that when they ultimately are purchasing the equipment for their projects or rolling it out, they don't have to try and remember the purchase order number or try and group things together. We're going to give them that ability themselves. So those are some of the, the key call outs. Probably the biggest one is the hybrid cart, right? And I think that is the fundamental change here of what Partner Central brings to us. What does that mean? It's really just bringing in hardware, subscriptions, renewals, and allowing a partner to be able to, order all of that at once, and configure it all at once, and not have to go to separate areas to do that. So that to me is it's probably the major feature.
Yeah, I'm just going to sorry to interrupt you, Rat, because I think I'm just going to reiterate that, because it's I don't think anyone else does this, right? So you can have hardware, subscription, and software in the same cart, and you do it through the same transaction on one PO. Did I get that right?
Absolutely. So, you could have a Cisco switch, you could have something that you would get through the PMI, service today, might even have a renewal that they want to put that all together in a cart and place that order if they want to, all at the same time.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I think one thing to probably call out as well is that whilst there is some significant enhancements to what our customers can see and do, there are automations behind the scenes that they will not see that will make it easier for our teams and simpler for our teams as well. So there's two streams of work, if you want. I mean, there's lots more streams, but very simply, in my simple way, there's two streams, right? There's the customer facing activity and there's the automations that happen behind, and they're all linked. And that's going to help our teams, release our teams to be able those conversations we referred to earlier about the value conversations. So
and I think Cisco is also learning there, right, in that part, because we are also transforming, right? And to integrate with your systems and get a scalable model towards partners and end users, it's really critical at the moment, because the number, again, is so much bigger.
Climbing. Yeah, indeed. Is there any questions?
Yeah, there are quite a few questions, which shows that there's interest, right?
Right. Yeah,
that's good.
That's good.
Really good.
We've got a lot of money in this.
So one of the questions is, I'm not sure I'm reading it well, but can we too go to market to talk about Partner Central now and stop talking about Blue Sky?
Absolutely, we can talk about Partner Central, because what we launched late last year was the single sign-on to get to all of our tools, and that is called Partner Central. So we've already put that brand into the market. So with no doubt, you can talk about Partner Central. However, a partner today will have to go to PartnerView or Blue Sky through that single sign-on to do what they need to do. So I wouldn't drop the name of Blue Sky and PartnerView yet until we've launched the full capability of this marketplace, which is a few months away. But I would not be, I guess, building longer term plans around that brand name. And even if we say to a partner, go to Blue Sky, we should still be promoting Partner Central. It's still the landing page today that a partner would use even to get into Blue Sky. So we want to get that name out there, and then ultimately just consolidate the tooling together afterwards.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that once we've got that rolled out completely, we will just focus totally on Partner Central, and then we will just stop using the other words in our communication, so Blue Sky and PartnerView, right? Because it'll just be Partner Central. But right now, you're saying that it's today they're still relevant titles for those systems, but actually it'll be completely, once we've got it fully rolled out, Partner Central fully rolled out, we will not need those terms anymore. Is that right?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Do you want to call out?
Yeah, it says, I've got another question here. It says, what are the plans to drive partners to Partner Central and change the culture of doing business the way we do it today?
Great question, right? Because we can have a wonderful platform and capability, but if we don't drive the adoption, nothing's going to change, if we're honest. So there's a lot of work being done around partner segmentation, looking at how we go to market with this. Marketing are doing a significant amount of work in the background as we go towards the launch of the right messaging, tailoring that messaging to the right type of audience, right? Not there isn't a one size fits all, because there are different types of partners will see different will have different value that they will extract from Partner Central. Some partners may want to do all the transactions themselves. Some partners may just want to self-serve and help in other areas. So very important that we bring that out. So we're working very closely with the marketing team around, that messaging. What we are obviously going to be looking at is, our account managers and our people and the Cisco folks to help us as well with this messaging when we're talking to partners about it, right? And talking about the value and what they're able to do. So there's some technical aspects, of course, of making sure we migrate partners, we get people set up in the systems. That's sort of the easy part. The other part is really making sure we're driving that adoption. So we're going to be putting a lot of metrics behind that, country by country, really making sure that we're focused on seeing not only the signups, but the usage, the transactions, so very granular detail of the behavior once a partner is signed up, and continuously taking them on that journey, because this isn't just a once-off launch. Hopefully people use it and we go back to doing things the way we were before. This is about continuously reinforcing the value in the platform.
Great, thanks, Rak. Yeah, I've got just a couple of more short questions, if I may. One was around the timing of the rollout.
Yes, so we are looking at timing of development being completed around about the end of August. And then we are going in, we're obviously in UAT, as you called out earlier, so to user testing internally at the moment of all of these capabilities as they come online. We are going to go into a pilot phase from September, where we are picking a few countries and a few partners in each country, just to make sure that everything is working as it should. Then rolling out another phase, and ultimately we are aiming towards the end of the calendar to have all countries and all languages live. So that is the sort of the rollout plan for the balance of the year. But the tool will be on and running from September.
That's fantastic news. That's great. Thanks. And as we have a number of them in our audience, is this something the Cisco team can get access to as well?
So right now we have some people from Cisco who are able to access PartnerView and utilize certain features, right? They will continue to have that ability to look at our stock availability or stock holding in certain regions. We want to work, I think, over the future roadmap of this is to look at what value could we bring to the Cisco people, what sort of insights could we potentially provide on the platform. So it's future development that won't be there from September. But it is an area that we want to look at is, what would Cisco gain out of our platform that would help the Cisco sellers and the Cisco distribution teams to be able to get, knowledge and information that they would be asking our teams for potentially through the platform itself.
Great, thank you, Rak. Just one final check. Are there any further questions?
An interesting one, the last one maybe because of time. How does the new platform or the new Partner Central compare to other Disty platforms?
Bloody brilliant.
Yeah. It's a great question, because obviously there's lots of platforms out there from lots of distributors. It's a hard one to say, but I think ours, what it is leveraging the work that we've done already around our internal business and our integrations and bringing that power to our partners, right? So there are a lot of platforms out there. There's platforms you can go and buy off the shelf, so to speak, and integrate into your own environment. But there's a lot of manual work that has to be done, or as we call it, swivel chairing between what's in the platform and what's actually in our own systems. Ours is integrated, and this is customized for the work that we do. And so therefore we're able to bring a lot more value to it. The hybrid cart, so far as I'm aware, is fairly unique. There are a lot of platforms out there that specialize in cloud and specialize in traditional e-commerce products, a bit similar to what we have with PartnerView and Blue Sky. But bringing that together in one area, that's something pretty unique. And based on all the integrations, again, that we've done with yourselves at Cisco, it's going to make that process so much smoother. So, the other thing I think I would call out here is that this isn't we'll deploy it in September, our job's done, we're going to move on to something else. This is a journey in the evolution of that digital engagement and the digital transformation of our organization with our partners. And so we're continuously looking at new features, functionality, and capability that we can build out, and especially around the more enablement, learning, and data insights that ultimately we want to provide to our partners. So, there's an evolution here that we'll be building out over the next 18, 24 months as well, on top of the initial launch. But I think the initial product that we're going to take to market is going to be something pretty incredible. And the feedback that we've had from some external parties already is that it's pretty much a game changer.
Well, on that note, I think we will close that session. That was a fantastic input, Rak. Really appreciate your time today, and a really exciting project that I know everybody's looking forward to seeing roll out across all of the countries. So thanks again. It's a game changer. I'm leaving it there.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks,
Enjoy your
Really
vacation.
appreciate the time.
Cheers. Thank you. Well, I think that rolls nicely into our next subject, actually. And I'm just going to step up from the desk and move over to Katie, because she's going to take charge and talk about recurring offers with Ignacio.
Thank you,
Katie.
Russell.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And lovely to be here. And first, want to congratulate you on having what is likely to be your best ever year with Cisco. Congratulations. That's fantastic. I did try and set the bar as high as I could before I left, but you guys have smashed through that. So congratulations. I just want to make sure that we've got Ignacio and Camilla, if we can just bring them up on screen.
Hello.
But I wanted to make sure we got the opportunity at the start to introduce Camilla, who is, as I said earlier, is new to the Comstor account. Joined us in March of this year. We finally met each other in person last week in Portugal, which was wonderful. But we're delighted to have her in the team, and she's already making a huge difference to the partnership with Ignacio on recurring offers. So thanks very much. So just before we kick off, I just wanted to say I am absolutely delighted. I've been beaming from ear to ear with all of the great things I'm hearing from Comstor about recurring offers. So I've noted down $500 million for FY23. Matt, please don't put that on my goal sheet. But that's fantastic, but not just the numbers. It's about all of the investment that's going on behind the scenes. I'm blown away by what the team are doing around Partner Central, and when that comes down the line, David referred to it earlier, your single instance of SAP across your countries is a key differentiator, and I think that will have a significant, massive positive impact for you in FY23. So I'm really delighted to see that. So without further ado, I'm going to kick on with the slides. So we talked about this before, but I just wanted to reiterate the evolution or the journey that we're on at the moment. We're just coming to the close of midway through this graphic. But as everybody knows, we are really transitioning in a rapid fashion to our business from hardware to software, and that combination of the two. Comstor's is already at 31%, I heard you say earlier. We expect over the next couple of years our business to be around the 50% hardware, 50% software and service. I think that's in line with your trajectory and certainly what David was talking about earlier. So this journey, we're on it, we're in it. It's fast, it's furious, and it's not going to stop. It's only going to get more and more and more. So I'm going to hand over to Ignacio now to tell us a little bit about what does that mean for Comstor specifically, and he's just going to talk to a few numbers.
Thank you, Katie. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me perfectly well. I have to echo what Katie has said. If I need to resume the word that I have heard more since the beginning of the session, it has been recurring offers. So I think there is a lot of pressure on this area, but I think that we can do it. That 500 million that we were talking about before. So as also Katie was saying, and Russell, etc., we see that this is an area of growth massively. And so far in FY22 for Comstor in the two-tier space, recurring offers, so recurring software and services is accounting already at 37% until Q4 of month one. What we can see in here on this chart, it's a comparison quarter on quarter and year on year of what we have been doing on recurring software and services. And as we were saying, the growth, it's amazing, especially during H1, where we saw growth of 61% in Q1, 41% in Q2. In Q3, the growth was not where we wanted it to be honest. We just grew 4%, but this doesn't mean that we declined everywhere or that we didn't grow very much everywhere, because recurring software grew at 15%, and the challenge came on the services number, that there was a decline of 12%. There are reasons for this one, and I think some of them have already been highlighted. So the effect of list price increases, also the known issue of not being able to DSB as new service attached deals, and also because we had several millions of DSB bookings that happened in Q3 that obviously impacted very massively the overall services number. However, in Q4, month one, that it's what we see in there, we are already at 34% growth. So I think that the momentum of growth and that we have been talking about, I think it's there. Thank you, Katie. Next slide. And here I'm going to drill down a little bit more on the figures we've seen before. On the left-hand side, what we can see is how much of the services business is represented by new services and how much is represented by renewals. Overall, in FY22, we have our total business for new attach, it's 64%, which is absolutely amazing, and I can only thank all the local teams for driving this. And despite all the challenges that we have had, we have been able to achieve this number. There is also to mitigate some enhancements that are going to be implemented by Cisco in at the beginning of FY23 that are going to mitigate some of these challenges. And the first one is around the policy for new service attached, that it's going to allow us to book the services deal as soon as we place the PO. It will not go into an unsubmitted order, etc., and it will count automatically on the DSB bookings. It will also protect us against the list price increases. And the second feature that I think it's also very good is that about a mandatory service attach for the non-standard deal IDs. Whenever there is a deal ID that has a non-standard deal ID that has services, software, and hardware, the services will need to be booked as well together with it. So this is obviously going to make that the new service attached numbers can only grow. So if we focus on renewals, we keep on driving that renewals business, the growth that we can have on the services business can be amazing. On the right hand side, sorry, we can see what it has been the trend on enterprise agreements for Comstor. And what we can see is that quarter on quarter and year on year, this business is growing. It is rapidly growing on the Cisco side, and it's also translating that growth into our numbers and into our business. What we can see is, as I was saying, it's that in Q1, probably we did not perform as well as in Q4 or Q3 last year, but we held 60% of the market share, and also the revenue was growing year on year. There was a slight glitch in Q2 where the revenue was not where we wanted it to be, and the market share was not that amazing, if we can say it in that way, but that rapidly changed in Q3 with holding nearly 50% of the market share and nearly reaching 12 million of bookings in the two-tier space. Thank you. That's it for me, Katie.
So just wanted to move towards FY23. And what we've done is pull together all of the investments from a Cisco perspective that we'll be making into this area for FY23. So I'm delighted, I know Freek's going to talk tomorrow in a bit more detail. I'm delighted that we will be having a grow target on RSW, which will be 20% of the total rebate pot. So we're really pivoting towards making our profitability programs drive in this direction. But also we're looking to ensure that we get a disproportionate share of the invest and the OBF budgets through FY23. So a number of different things that you can do here. We've focused both on the land of the new recurring software. So we need to continue to land the software, but then also look at how, once you've landed it, what that renewals process needs to look like. And then as we move through the renewals process into looking for opportunities, I'll talk in a bit more detail later around enterprise agreements. We have a very fragmented partner landscape around our renewals business, and this is a great opportunity to create value for your partners who really understand the software motion, really want to partner with you, Comstor, leverage your tools to really move in this direction. And then we've talked about it a lot already today, but transformation. So your Partner Central platform is potentially going to be a game changer, but it will only be a game changer if your partners use it. It's absolutely critical we get partners signed up and using the platforms, because platform is just a platform if no one's using it. So that transformation side, it's kept separately, but it is all around recruit, enable, grow strategy. If you think we've got to get your partners recruited onto that platform, that's critical to the success of the platform. So we've tried to pull it all together here so that it's, you know, in one place. I'm happy to work with anyone, the CDAMs, the DAMs, the country leaders, if you want to spend some time working through this, because I think this really pulls everything together, and I think this is a really good way for us to think about how we're going to make sure we earn 20% of our profitability dollars next year as well. So Ignacio, on that note, I'm going to hand back to you.
Thank you, Katie. So in here, what you can see, it's what are the priorities from a recurring offers perspective for us at Comstor. And what we can see is that it is fully aligned with what Katie has said, and it's also fully aligned with what has been discussed until now. At the end, the objective is to grow the numbers, to grow the revenue and the bookings on recurring software, on services. And one of the biggest areas of growth for recurring software, it's going to be around enterprise agreements. So our focus areas, our plan for the full year is going to be based on 4 pillars. So it's going to be renewals, enterprise agreements, software adoption, and e-commerce and automation. So let's start with enterprise agreements. So as I said, this is going to be one of the main areas of growth for recurring software. And the business that we are seeing until now in most of the countries, it is Cisco-led, and that's still going to be the case, where we will be focusing on EA 2.0 and on EA 3.0 as soon as it is available. However, we need to drive the DST-led EA program, and this is going to be one of the game changers for Comstor. I will talk a little bit more of this program afterwards. So, but the idea is that we will be driving EA 2.0 from now, and to be honest, we have already started doing that. But once EA 3.0 it's available and it's available generally, then we will also be enrolling and driving that distillate approach for 3.0. And we can be very good at positioning enterprise agreements, talking to customers, enabling them, etc. But for that, we need to make sure that our internal sales teams, they are fully enabled to have those meaningful conversations. So that's also going to be one of the focus areas, is to make sure that they are up to speed on having those conversations. The other area is going to be around renewals, and renewals have been a big focus area for us for quite some time, to be honest. And what we want to do is, obviously, it's through demand generation campaigns, is to maximize the revenue and the opportunities that we are getting from services, security, DNA, data center, and as well SaaS. And this, we want to do it, or we will be doing it through leveraging existing Cisco auto quotes, and also through the automation that I will cover a little bit afterwards. So what are the focus areas for on this renewals piece? The first one is going to be, we can say, the basics that we have been discussing for several years already. It's around contract co-termination, contract consolidation, but it's also about identifying opportunities for upselling, cross-selling, migrating potential software renewals into enterprise agreements. And let's not forget that we are living, some of the renewals are not happening on the quarter that they are due. So we must always look back to see which are those opportunities and keep on driving them, so we can make sure that those are being booked. And the last thing, it's also that we need to mitigate the amount of opportunities that are moving into the competition, so we can maximize this renewals business for Comstor. And as we heard before in one of the previous sessions, it was mentioned the layer model. And I think this we have all heard about the layer model for quite some time, that it's the land, adopt, expand, and renew. I'm not discovering anything new until now. So the idea is not only about landing the sale of the recurring software or the enterprise agreement. It's also to ensure that we make the renewal is about having adoption conversations, that it would be that adopt element of the layer model. So as I think Matthias said it at the beginning, we are CX specialized and we can support our partners on having those conversations with their end users. And we are actually, we have customer success managers in the vast majority of the countries that are capable of having those conversations. So what we are going to be focusing from Q1 is to start scaling and industrializing, building those customer success plans with our partners. And this is not going to be focusing only on those deals that are eligible to the LCI rebates. It's also about building a software adoption practice that to which we can scale and that we can deliver those conversations also for the smaller deals that are not eligible for that for those rebates. Because as I was saying, if the partner or the end user is not realizing the value of the software they've purchased, then the renewal it's at risk and unlikely to happen. That's why this is going to be one of the pillars that we are going to focus on during FY23. And the last element, it goes very well aligned to what we have been discussing until now around Partner Central, and it's the e-commerce and automation. So as we have heard until now, or we still have it, it's we got two platforms, Partner View, from a recurring offers perspective, we use it for driving renewals, and then we have Blue Sky for driving SaaS. And Blue Sky is the front is the platform that customers will use for PMI transactions. So once this is once Partner Central is live, then we will be able to take partners into Partner Central and start enabling them to have those transactions over there in a single platform for renewals, for SaaS, and everything that it's recurring. We were talking as well, I was talking as well about the renewals that we want to maximize the services, security, DNA, etc., and through automation. So currently, we are leveraging Cisco Auto Quotes for services and for recurring software TNC. And what we are doing is we are providing the customers fully ready to order quotes for 1 year, an option of 3 years that it's quote term. So once it is available, we want to start leveraging these auto quotes for everything that it's TNC plus, and whenever it is available and the auto quote is merged or linked to CCW to start also leveraging them for our SaaS business. And because, as we were saying, having amazing tools is not enough. It's also around ensuring that the partners are utilizing them, because at the end of the day, what we want is to drive long tail opportunities and long tail transactions through e-commerce. Next slide, please. And this plan, I think it makes a lot of sense, but for being able to execute on it, we need to make sure that we have a full team that it's capable of delivering it. So in here, going back to what Russell was showing before, we have had some investment plans since the end of FY21. And what I wanted to show in here is what the central structure is and what the local structure is, and give a quick update on what are the roles and responsibilities locally. So centrally, we will be, as always, supporting the local teams, and we will always be supporting the local teams. But locally, the change in here is that we will no longer have just one architecture lead to drive absolutely everything. They will be supported by a recurring offer specialist and a recurring offer evangelist focusing on new and renewals. And these two roles are customer facing. So, but when we look into the responsibilities of each of them, the RO evangelist will be responsible for recruiting new partners for recurring offers and enabling them to start transacting software. It's also about ensuring that we are maximizing the EA opportunity. I was saying recruiting partners, but also generating incremental pipeline that then we can close to drive that growth that we're expecting. We were also talking about the e-commerce automation And a key element, it's also going to be to drive these PMI transactions. And the last thing, also linked to what we have been discussing until now, it's focusing on customer success. Support our customers to start building a customer success practice and delivering those adoption conversations to their end users. When we look into the RO specialist, the main focus, I could say that it's going to be around driving renewals, but it's not a matter of renewing a contract like for like. It is going to be around, as I was saying, co-termination, consolidation, all of that, but also upselling, cross-selling, identifying opportunities for tech refresh, and obviously it's also around driving the SaaS renewals business. We were talking, and I think I'm going to repeat myself in here, it's also about ensuring that our partners are enabled to use those tools and they start adopting them. And that they are operationally ready, not only to drive, to start using the tools, but also to start transacting enterprise agreements, to start transacting SaaS business or anything that it's recurring. Thank you for that, Katie. Next slide. And here, I just want very quickly to give you a quick view on what is the result of these investment plans. As you can see, we have 3 people per country or per region that are going to look after the whole of the business, as what we have been discussing until now. And so far, we have 27 heads looking after the recurring offers locally, with still a couple of them to be hired. And this team, as I was saying before, is going to be supported by the central team, that it would be myself, Marta from a marketing perspective, John for everything that it's cloud, Daphne, the renewals team, etc. Okay, but let's not forget the last thing is that this team is backed up by a very strong renewals team that are ensuring that our customers are receiving those quotes and that they are working with them to close those opportunities. Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, Ignacio. Wow, that's a massive team, and that's a huge increase on just 12 months ago in terms of the number of people. So thanks very much to the Comstor team for the investment that they're making here. So, I'm just going to outline the reason why we need that investment in those people. So we have, I'm going to be very transparent here. We have quite a lot of fragmentation in our software renewals business. We have typically around 6 partners servicing just one customer with their software renewals. So there's a huge amount of opportunity for consolidation. And if you think about those customers with an average of 6 partners, those 6 partners don't typically just have, they won't have typically sold just one license. They'll have sold multiple different architectures and multiple different licenses. So there is a huge opportunity for us to look at the software renewals events as a compelling event to move that to an enterprise agreement. So the team have created this flowchart, which we're just in the process of rolling out now, but this is going to be a really big part of the sales motion as we move into FY23. And it's really focused around looking at the renewals that are coming up for your partner for the next 3 quarters, looking at where we can start to bring those together, consolidate them, and then offering the customer where it scales and where it's feasible possible an enterprise agreement. What you can do is now go to DMP. DMP has got all of the reports for your Comstor countries by partner, by customer. So you can start to create a hunt list. And I really want to make sure that all of the product architecture leads are listening here as well, because if you're a security architecture lead in the country, you can go onto the DMP and see all of the security renewals that are up for renewal over the next 3 quarters, and also bring that into your conversations with your partners around net new business opportunities as well, to further enhance and increase the value of the enterprise agreement. So there's currently two different motions around enterprise agreements. One is to go through the pretty standard Cisco-led approach, which is where the Cisco will take the lead on an enterprise agreement. They will then come to Comstor and you will work with them on transacting that. We have, as of the end of Q3, enabled Comstor across the whole of the EMEA region to become a DISTI-enabled partner. And what that means is that for two-tier partners who don't have the EA specialization, and over 50% of our two-tier partners do not have the EA specialization and also have no interest in getting that specialization, Comstor can act on their behalf and transact that EA through the EAMP tool. And this gives you further stickiness and value into your two-tier partner base. So really great opportunity here for both the sales teams and the architecture teams to look at this as a new hunting sales motion for you to use. So I'm going to hand back to you, Ignacio.
Thank you, Katie. So yes, absolutely on what you have been saying right now. I'm going to cover now our distillate approach or go-to-market. And this is going to be Simplify EA, our program that it's going to be Comstor-led for enterprise agreements. So as you all know, and as Katie was saying, a partner until now needed to be advanced specialized to be able to sell an enterprise agreement to their end users. Now, what we are doing at Comstor, it's opening the door to the entire two-tier channel to start transacting enterprise agreements with their end users. And this, what it's going to provide them, it's the availability for new revenue streams that it's going to be translated not only on landing the deal, it's also about enhancing or expanding that deal with upsell and cross-sell opportunities. Going back to what I was saying before, because we are CX specialized, we can deliver those adoption conversations with the partner. And I think that an enterprise agreement is the perfect starting point to have those adoption conversations, because if the adoption is not done, then the renewals, it's massively at risk. And all of these benefits are available for the partner with no investment from their side. But I think it's a massive value add that we are providing to the channel. So this is not going to be live in the future. This is already live since the end of Q3, so since April 2022. And as Katie was saying, we are not just going into one specific country, one specific market. This is an EMEA-wide approach, and we have this Simplify EA program available for every single country we transact in. So if you have an opportunity, especially now that we are closing Q4 and all of this can come up out of the blue, do not hesitate to contact Comstor, because we can really help you fulfill that deal and placing the order. Thank you very much, Katie.
Thanks, Ignacio. So here's just a quick screenshot of what it looks like in the DMP tool. So very straightforward. Go into your Comstor country, see it under the reporting tab, CX reports, and you can click on any of the architectures and see what the opportunity is for the next 3 quarters in terms of those software renewals for your two-tier partners. So I really urge you, if you haven't been in there, to go in there. And if you need any help or support, we have Camilla, who is highly trained in DMP, is around to support as well. So just going to switch gears really quickly to EA 3.0. There's a lot of hyper excitement about 3.0 launching into the market. We are currently in pilot mode at the moment in Q4 with Comstor. We've only gone to a few selected distribution partners in Q4 to pilot this sales motion. We've got 1, potentially 2 live deals at the moment that we're working through the back end process. This is being managed incredibly tightly for Q4 because it's a manual process today. We are anticipating general availability of EA 3.0 for our two-tier partners. I believe the plan is, and we need to keep it in this quiet room. We are in a quiet room, aren't we? because it's going to be launched in earnest at Partner Summit, which is at the beginning of our Cisco Q2. So we will continue the pilot mode through Q1, and then we will launch fully at the beginning of Cisco's Q2. So just in a very, very quick summary, what are the benefits of EA 3.0? So 3.0 allows you to expand the architectures. So not just having a security EA and a collaboration EA and a data center EA, you can have all of the architectures in one enterprise agreement. So that expansion across the architectures is really compelling, particularly for our commercial and smaller segments. We lower the barrier to entry because today it's 100K as a minimum for each architecture. It's 100K for all architectures. So that lower barrier to entry really, I know Andy's in the room and he's going to be delighted to hear this. Meraki is a big opportunity for us because it's the sweet spot for distribution, selling Meraki, offering Meraki as part of an enterprise agreement. And that's actually where we're seeing all of the pilot EA 3.0 opportunities come in, are around the Meraki opportunity. And it really allows you to offer a full comprehensive solution as well. So it's coming down the line. We're in pilot phase at the moment. Continue to ask your questions. Ignacio is your main point of contact with Camilla and myself. And just moving on to the very final slide. And then I'll come back to you, Russell, to see if there is any questions. So we want to ensure that every enterprise agreement that you sell to your two-tier partners then has a consequent customer success plan with adoption and use cases aligned to that. We're very cognizant in distribution that we haven't been able to give a huge amount of support to you, Comstor, in FY22. We are building out a playbook. This has been built this year for our one-tier direct gold partners who, as many of you know, had to get the CX specialization by the middle of April to keep their gold certification. This has been built out to support the one-tier partners. We have taken it and we are leveraging the content where it is applicable and appropriate for two-tier and distribution. This will be available to you before the end of Q4 for your country teams to start using as part of their planning. So we believe this is really going to help build out those plans, because as you're building out the enterprise agreements with the partners, you're getting a much earlier line of sight for what that adoption plan should look like. Because one of the complaints we've had in distribution is that you're at the end of the sales cycle. Well, as you're starting to transact enterprise agreements, you're much further ahead in the sales cycle. So this whole DISTI partner, two-tier partner lifecycle transformation becomes more compelling for you. And as you know, there is a lifecycle program incentive that runs alongside this with rebates that are fairly significant, that can be earned over the course of the 12 months following the sale. So that's it from myself, from Ignacio, and from Camilla. Russell, going to hand it back to you. If there are any questions, we can take them, or we can leave it to you to close.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I mean, there was a really comprehensive overview of what the strategy is going forward, and there's plenty for everyone to get their teeth stuck into, that's for sure. Yeah. But it is the crux of what we're trying to drive, right? Overall, the transformation of, you know, the hardware, software, the licensing, and how all that works with Cisco. This is right at the core of it all. So yeah, thanks for all your support and work on that as well, Katie. And we do have a couple of questions, actually. One is serious, one is not quite so serious.
I'll take the not so serious one first. Where did I get my dress?
I think the last one is the best one.
Yeah, so this one first. Yeah, there's okay. So this question you may need to come back to us on. Okay, so it's live, right? So it says, how will Cisco be informing and educating the partners about the hard enforcement of the existing rule around having to book services at the same time as hardware on the non-standard deals? Actually, that's more services than software. So I will, whoever asked that question, I don't know who it is actually.
So just Just quickly on that. So I was with the team last week in Lisbon, and we've asked Comstor to be one of the the only Disty partner to be on some feedback. Camilla's organising that feedback loop so that we can make sure we get all the feedback into the team, along with a couple of the one-tier partners. So we'll come back to you, but we're engaged to help on that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Katie. Yeah. Someone asked about euro and pound price lists, and that is a conversation that's underway. Currently, it's only available for local currency on collaboration, but I understand that there is a trial with one tiers on security at the moment that's just going to roll out to distribution. Is that accurate?
I'll need to check and come back on that. I haven't heard the latest.
Okay, good, because that's really important with the fluctuations we're seeing at the moment. It's really significant. We'd like to put growth at the centre of layer, which gives you lager. Would Cisco be supportive of this enhancement?
Of course. Why not?
So, yeah, absolutely. I thought that might be the answer. And the Comstor-led EAs is great, but is there a risk of upsetting partners who have already heavily invested in their accreditations and certifications to sell EAs? What's the advice on overcoming those concerns?
So, well, that's a good question. So if a partner's already invested in the EA specialization and their advanced certifications, then they've got the skills to do it, and you can just be their model to help transact that on their behalf. I mean, you can obviously add some intelligence as well in terms of how, particularly with things like the DMP tool reports that we've got now. But what I would say is continue to work with those partners, but let's focus on those two-tier partners that don't have the EA specialization or the advanced specializations, because they're the ones that need our help, and they're the ones that will not be able to transact an EA. So that market's over 50% of our two-tier partners. So it's bigger. I mean, we need to focus on that first, but don't keep the other two-tier partners need to work with you, but they've got more skills in order for them to do that.
And at the end, it's also the goal to get them accredited, right? Also, if you're not, the goal is to get there, right? It's not investing in not being accredited. So
yeah, absolutely.
Super. So thanks for the questions, everybody, and keep them coming, and the comments. I like them. Camilla, Ignacio, Katie, thank you very much for your time and effort into that. So there's a lot of work going on there, so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're almost heading for the break, I think, but first we're going to introduce our first puzzle. So make sure you're logged in with QR code or on your laptop. The prize you can win is this Bose speaker box, right? The only thing who really wants it is Tony. I think Tony really wants it, but he's not allowed to join. But so if you the person who does it the fast gets it. So not the first one who does it, but the fastest one will get it. So if everybody's ready, I would say show the puzzle.
Show the puzzle, and then we are going to take. I just want to double check 30 minutes break now, and we'll be back with the answers to 2 p.m. UK time. 2 p.m. UK time, we'll be back. Yeah, so it's just under 30 minutes, about 28 minutes. And thanks for your attention this morning. Go and get some coffee, and look forward to
enjoy your break.
Yeah, thank you.
Where will you be in 5 years? Where will we be in 5 years? In 25? In 50? Let's be here and here, with her and him and they. Let's connect them. Let's connect everyone. Let's deliver technology that gives them access to power opportunity. Let's set a new standard for data security and personal privacy. Let's change the system. Promote equality and fairness in the workplace. Let's tear down the barriers to social justice for a more inclusive world. Let's clean house, zero carbon, zero waste. Because the health of our family is tied to the future of our home. Let's gather resources and partners, steer toward our greatest challenges and accelerate. For the benefit, for all. Cisco has made it its purpose to power an inclusive future for all. Where will we be in 50 years? Let's go see. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your break. We have an exciting second half of the day with some great speakers again. But we also have the winner of the puzzle, and I will start with number 3, which was April from the Netherlands. She competed against another Dutch lady, it was Lisa. But unfortunately, you can only have one winner, and that's Thank You. I don't know if I announced it correctly, but he's from France, so thank you. Here's your prize. We'll send to you. Congratulations. And with that, I think we can do the next country manager video, right?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's roll the video.
And we'll rise up.
Here in Casablanca, we have a close collaboration with Faisal and the local Cisco team. In order to rise up our business, we work together on tender preparation, thanks to our sales engineer. We also run many marketing projects like events, like partner enablement with workshops on SASE, on collaboration, on data center. Finally, we leverage on our stock for first-year partners on SMB products, but also to accelerate deals when possible for our account manager friends at Cisco. So Faisal and local Cisco team, you can rely on us to leverage, to rise up your business here in North Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laurent and all Comstor Morocco team for the great work, all what you are doing with us. Raising the business, raising the run rate is really critical and in full alignment with one of our key hyper-growth initiatives, leveraging on the great inventory that Comstor Morocco is putting in place. Myself and all the local Cisco Morocco team are really grateful for all what Comstor is sharing in terms of tough times and great successes. Thanks again for all what we are doing with us, and hopefully more to come in FY23.
Indeed, yes. Thank you, Laurent and Faisal. Appreciate that, your support and commitment for that. And indeed, a lot more to come in FY23. Okay, next topic, and we are moving on to managed service providers. Another key topic as we called out at the beginning. And we are going to be joined by Kunal Kaul, Rebecca and David. But I just want to welcome and introduce you to Kunal Kaul, who's going to be Director of Managed Service Leader, for EMEA at Cisco. I think quite new into the role now, and yeah, just a warm welcome to you, and thanks for taking part in our sessions today. I'm going to hand over to you now, if you want to take it away, and then hand over to Rebecca and David. Thanks, Kunal.
Thank you, Russell. Good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for having me here. First and foremost, I was just talking to Matthias. I think FY21 was a record-breaking year for Comstor. 22 sort of broke that record as well. And I really hope that 23 is even better. So I wanted to congratulate the entire Comstor team, the leadership, the sellers, the architects, the dams who are on the call, because it's all because of all the hard work that they've been doing. So this is absolutely amazing work. Secondly, this is a session right after lunch, and the good news is that I don't have any slides, so you can thank me later. I am Kunal Kaul. I have very recently joined the EMEAR partner sales team to lead and support what I think is the most exciting and the coolest space in the Cisco business to be in right now, and that's managed services. Before this, I was with Cisco APJC. I was a part of the India sales team leading the enterprise business for Cisco India. But now I'm here, just about a month old in the role, but I will use the next 15 to 20 minutes to talk to you about managed services, what it means for us, our partners, our customers, and how we see this space evolving. But before that, I think all of us will agree with me that the pandemic has pretty much reset the way the entire world functions. And while there are so many aspects of our lives which have changed forever, but when we look at our customers and when we look at their businesses, it's not just how they are conducting their business, but the basic fundamentals of so many businesses are getting radically disrupted. And the pace of this disruption is faster than anything that at least I have experienced in my entire career. And technology is pretty much at the heart of this disruption. I think technology is evolving from being an enabler of businesses to now becoming an integral part of the business itself. And this is something that we are seeing across all industry sectors, whether it's banking and financial services or manufacturing or retail and consumer goods, energy and utilities. All of them are making strategic pivots to become a technology-driven and a digital-centric business. Because if they don't do that, they will not be able to compete. They will not be able to be relevant to their customers. But what this has done is that it has changed the way customers are taking buying decisions, the way they are evaluating technology platforms, the way they are measuring the impact of the investments that they are making in technology on their businesses. And from our perspective, the way they consume hardware, software, and services is very, very rapidly evolving. And I think that is the trigger that has led to the emergence and the very, very fast growth of new routes to market. And of course, managed services is the largest and the most prominent one amongst them. But just to give you a perspective, in Cisco's fiscal Q3, which ended in April, almost 1/4 of our channel business across EMEAR came from new routes to market. And specific to managed services, it is estimated that by 2025, 45% of Cisco's global target addressable market is going to be centered around or driven through managed services. Now, that's a number to the tune of about $113 billion globally, which for EMEAR is about maybe 35 to 40 billion. But it's a massive opportunity. And there is a disruption that is happening in this space right now as we speak. And I firmly believe that with the kind of breadth and the depth of the product portfolio that Cisco has, the kind of skills and competence and capabilities that our partners have, and jointly the kind of trusted relationships that we have with our customers, the kind of deep contextual insights that we have into our accounts, I think we are in a position of unique advantage to be able to lead this market transition and do that along with our customers. And our customers are evolving as well. If you look at our accounts and the way we spoke about how customers are taking decisions, gone are those days when the CIO and the CIO org was wholly and solely responsible for taking technology decisions. They are still very, very relevant. They are still very important. In fact, I think now the CIO is more relevant than they ever have been before. But there are several other functional groups which are now also having an equal stake in the decision-making process. You have the line of business that is very much involved in the decision-making process. The CFO is very, very actively involved. The CEO's office is very actively involved. And they all have different care abouts. The CIO org still focuses on operational efficiency. The line of business, they want customer experience. They want business agility. They want to make it easier for their customers and partners to transact and do business with them. The CFOs are laser focused on cost and optimizing the way the whole OpEx model is evolving. And the CEO's office is looking at business transformation and making their businesses future-proof. And when we when we look at managed services, or when we have a provider or an integrator who builds a managed services offer, they are essentially creating the capability to address the careabouts of each and every one of these different cross-functional groups, which I think is a very, very significant differentiator, which sets them apart from the rest of the partners or service providers who are involved, who would largely focus on the technology solution. So I think that's what managed services is all about. Managed services is about bridging the gap between the technical capabilities that a product or a solution offers and the real outcomes that customers are asking for. And that's what a partner does when they build a managed offer with Cisco. And what are these careabouts? I mean, what are customers asking for? I think customers are asking for outcomes. They're asking for predictability of outcomes. They're asking for predictability of cost. They're asking for capability to constantly optimize a solution that is deployed in their organization throughout the life cycle of that solution. And they are measuring the experience of every single persona in that organization that is touched by that solution. Customers are wanting to invest more in skills which are more strategically aligned with their business, and they want partners to take over the skills from a technology or a domain expertise standpoint. And I think customers will choose partners, vendors, suppliers who understand the importance of this entire spectrum of these outcomes, in addition to the core capabilities of the technology and the architecture. And that, again, I think is where managed services plays a very, very important role, because that's the bridge. That's the bridge between what the product can deliver and these outcomes that customers are really looking for. And I think we cannot win without these differentiators. Product capabilities alone, technology capabilities alone are not enough for us to win. Partners have to bring in capabilities from the perspective of an industry domain expertise, from a solution capability, consumption models. All of these things come together, and that's what sort of creates a winning proposition in the market. And let me give you an example. I mean, this is a very real life example, and something that we are starting to see with our customers across the board. Customers today, or most customers today, have a distributed existence, which means that their employees are distributed. They are working from home. Sometimes they're working from office. Sometimes it's something in between. Their customers are distributed. Their partners are distributed. And they are trying to build a technology framework or an architecture that allows these distributed users to be able to access their applications and their data from whichever device they might be using, from whatever mode of connectivity they might be using, but without any compromise in their experience, and with the highest levels of security and threat protection. Now, that's a very simple outcome. It's just one thing that I said in one breath, but there is so much of technology integration that needs to be done at the back end to deliver that outcome. For starters, when you have so many different kinds of underlay mechanisms, there's your corporate MPLS, you could have point-to-point lease lines, you could have users connecting on broadband internet. There's so much of 5G adoption that is happening now. The starting point is to build an overlay of SD-WAN fabric, which allows you to have a consistent policy for how these users will be brought onto the corporate network. That's a solution by itself. Once the users are brought onto the corporate network, you need a VPN, preferably, which is natively cloud delivered, which is what we are doing with Cisco Secure Connect now, to be able to bring these users into the secure corporate domain. That's another solution by itself. Once the users are brought in, they need to be authenticated. So something like Duo multi-factor authentication comes into the picture. Again, a solution by itself. You need firewall capabilities. You need DNS capabilities with Umbrella. A lot of these users would be accessing SaaS applications. So you need to have something like a cloud access security broker. Again, all of these individual solutions, and all of these layers of security have to work together along with the users through a currency of identity services, which is what Cisco ISE does. So what a managed service provider does is they will take all these different microarchitectures together, which could either be looked at independently or coalesced as a part of a broader composite architecture to then effectively be able to deliver the outcome that the customers are looking for, which is providing seamless access to their distributed users with the best experience and the highest levels of cybersecurity. That's the essence of managed services. That's the power. That's the impact of managed services. The managed service provider brings all these different architectures together. They will have a layer of management, orchestration, possibly automation on top these microarchitectures, but what they will deliver to the customer is an outcome which could be consumed by the customer on a per user basis. It could be consumed by the customer on a per month pricing basis, or it could be some other consumption model that the customer is looking for that the managed services provider will work backwards from and then tie that back to the technology solution. So I think that's the transition and the disruption that's happening in the market from managed services standpoint. And Cisco's approach to managed services, the strategy around managed services is resting on three pillars. We call it platform, preference, and performance. Platform is about building products or enhancing the capabilities of our products, which are more managed services friendly, or in some cases, they are purpose-built or engineered for managed services. I gave this example of SD-WAN and SASE. I mean, this is a classic example where a lot of the projects are now getting engineered to support managed services. Most of the SaaS offers that we have, whether it's security, whether it's collaboration, whether it's data center, Meraki is cloud managed infrastructure. These are all products which are so easily fitting into a managed services mold or a service offer that a partner might be creating. So that's the platform side of things, where offers are being, or platforms and products are being created which are suited for managed services, then and then partners can build something on top of them. The second pillar is around preference, and this is where we work with our partners throughout the entire journey of understanding what it takes to build a managed services offer, take that to the customers, and then close deals. So this involves discovery of services, this involves service creation, and we have a very detailed methodology of what goes into service creation. And then once services are created and launched, there has to be a marketing program around it, there has to be sales acceleration around it. So we are helping our partners address each and every aspect of how this journey is evolving, so that Cisco becomes the product, the partner, the platform of choice for a partner to invest in building a managed services offer, and then of course taking it to our customers. And lastly, the third pillar is about performance, and this is where we incentivize, this is where we reward the partners for the work that they do with Cisco, both from a service creation standpoint as well as from the standpoint of bookings and business and all the other related areas. And we have the managed service provider program, which essentially is focused towards our service provider, our managed service partners. And this is a program which is evolving very, very rapidly. I mean, for those of you who've been with Cisco for a while or associated with Cisco for a while, we used to have this cloud and managed service provider program, which was retired in 2021. The current provider program is a completely new avatar of what that old program used to be. So there are a lot of enhancements. There are a lot of compelling reasons for partners to sign up to this program and understand what are the kind of benefits that they can derive out of it. And that's where the whole performance aspect comes in. But lastly, what I want to say is that specific to the distribution and the tier 2 space, this opportunity is just growing at a massive pace. And just to give you a perspective, in Cisco's fiscal Q3, the managed services business in distribution grew at almost 100% year over year. The number of tier 2 partners who signed up for the provider program in that quarter is over 1,000. Over 1,000 tier 2 resellers signed up for the managed service provider program. And I can tell you from my experience of seeing whatever I've seen in the last 1 month, the amount of time that a tier 2 reseller takes from the time they identify a service, the service creation that is involved, and launching a service is 1/3 or 1/5 of what a large partner takes. Typically, in 2 to 3 months, a tier 2 partner can identify a service and launch it and take it to market, which means that the kind of agility that they have, the kind of speed at which they can respond to a changing market or a customer dynamic is just absolutely amazing. And I think that's the opportunity for everyone on this call to sort of reach out to your partners and talk to them about managed services. Of course, there is a Cisco team that is there to support you throughout this journey. And I think the time is just about right to start having a very, very focused strategy around this. And I think I have 3 asks or call to action that I wanted to share with everyone on this call. Number 1, I spoke about the provider program. I think I would urge everyone on the call to understand what the provider program is all about, to familiarize yourself with the construct, the deliverables, the different aspects of how the provider program is evolving, and share that with your partners. I think that's very, very important. Secondly, I think it is very important for us to get early visibility into the managed services deals which are happening. And to that end, we have now activated deal registration for managed services so that we can get early visibility into these deals. Deal registration not only allows us to provide deal protection to the partners, especially the ones who are identifying those deals at a very early stage of the life cycle, but it also allows us to respond to the kind of deals which are currently active and do what we need to do to support those partners to make sure that they have everything that they need to close these deals. So I think deal registration is very important. And I would encourage you to talk to your partners and try and see that we maximize the fact that deal registration is now available for managed services deals. And the third and the last one, I think, is going to be on the Black Belt platform. The Black Belt is a digital platform. There is a lot of high quality content which is available on the Black Belt platform around managed services, around the complete spectrum of managed services offers that we have, from SD-WAN to hybrid cloud to SASE security, hosted collaboration, various kinds of Meraki-based networking services that are there as a part of our portfolio. So I would encourage you to spend as much time as you can yourselves, and of course, have your partners register for the trainings and all the other enablement programs which are available under Black Belt, and just make sure that you're leveraging that platform to the maximum possible extent. So that's what I had to share. Once again, I think the managed services transition is happening. There is a very, very clear shift that is happening in the way in which our customers are going to buy our products, and the time for us to align with this opportunity is absolutely right now. The Cisco team is there to support you. There is a service creation team at a regional level, and then there is teams which are available at the theater level. So please reach out to them and please talk to them. And in line with the theme for this event, let's rise and let's go managed. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Rebecca and David for the rest of the session.
No, thank you for that. Actually, I just sent a note in the background to sort of say that come to me because I had a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Before we'll go to Rebecca and David, but Rebecca and David, I'm sure, are on the call now already. Well, wow, first of all, there's an awful lot of information in what you've just given out to the teams. There's about 250 people, more than that, I think, on this call at the moment. And there's no doubt that you're completely enthused by the opportunity that exists in front of us today around MSP. You've called out some call to actions. Thank you. Get involved in the MSP program. Understand that. I think what would be good to be aware of, and I'm saying this understanding that you're a month in, right? And you're still finding your way around what's happening in this market, particularly with two-tier and distribution. With distribution, there's a lot of detail that gets involved because we really get into the nitty-gritty around the deals, the deal reg, does deal reg clash with fast track, all this thing goes on. And it's really important that everybody's clear on the proposition that Cisco have for managed service providers. And my request on behalf of everybody would be that we come up with that clarity. And along with that clarity around what's the proposition from a Cisco perspective, because by the way, it's all we do, right? We don't do any other vendor, okay? So you've got all this team 100% focused on Cisco. And we want to get that right and help deliver that message to the two-tier channel, okay? When we do that, things like solutions, ideal solutions, you called out a couple, which was great. And we need to see that and really understand it so we can have all of our teams be able to repeat that message. Because what you've just encapsulated, we need to package up and get out to all of our guys, all right? We need to find a way of doing that. And I would really ask for your support in making that happen quickly, because as you've seen, it's a key topic for us this year. And it has been last year. We've got some good foundations. We need to accelerate. I think you mentioned 1,000 partners now signed up on that program. I know that we've been dealing with, I think it's just shy of 500. So that's a number that I was a bit surprised at, actually. Mm-hmm. But it does show that it's out there, all right? Yep. So we need to go and get engaged with them and help deliver that message.
Yeah.
But in terms of our teams, is there any final message you would like to give out to the team out there now?
Well, I just want to respond to the first point that you brought up around the provider program and the clash with fast track or deal registration or something else. I think fundamentally the way we are engineering the evolution of the provider program is to make sure that there is complete parity in terms of the benefits that partners are entitled to as a part of the provider program as compared to any other program in Cisco. It cannot be that you are at a position of disadvantage because you signed up for the provider program. So fast track will still exist. It will evolve. Deal registration is only to make sure that we are tracking the deals in the best possible way and giving that protection to the partners. But the provider program will continue to evolve without putting the partners in any disadvantage whatsoever compared to any other program at Cisco. In fact, it might become even more lucrative for them to be to invest in becoming a provider, because I think the profitability that on that side of the house could potentially be better because of several other aspects. So that's what we are going to work towards. But I would say that we will continue to have more and more enablement programs across the region, leveraging the platforms that we have and the access that your teams have, to make sure that this message is broadcast to as many people in the field as we possibly can, and hopefully we will start seeing that translate into more deals and more pipeline.
Perfect. That's great to hear. Okay, thanks a lot, Kunal. Appreciate that. Appreciate your time coming in to see us today as well.
Thanks for having me.
Rebecca and David, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello from sunny Devon.
Excellent. Well, you've just heard all that. We'd love to hear how that's going to translate into our activity for the coming year. Over to you.
Thanks, Russell, and thanks, Kunal. It's great to have you now in place leading that managed services business here in EMEA. And also thank you for presenting Cisco's strategy and vision. And hello, Rebecca. It's good to see you again. Thank you. Thanks for joining me today as well to talk about managed services. Now, Kunal talked about quite a lot in that space of time that he had there, but what I wanted to do is just break that down a little bit. Now, new buying models from end customers and how it's important for our partners to be able to adapt and meet those changes. It's the first thing.
Yeah, so that's right. Customers are really changing the way, and I think Kunal's already stolen our thunder there. Yeah. But customers want to consume technology differently. They want flexibility, they want agility, they want choice, and actually a lot of them don't have the capabilities in-house to build big IT transformation themselves. So that's why we're seeing the shift today to managed services. And actually, I've been doing a bit of reading up and looking at the recent Canalys report on managed services. And they say that our managed service partners will see higher growth than those that do not. So probably, Kunal, you know that already, right? But it really helps our partners differentiate. And the key areas, and this is going to be music to your ears, David, the key areas for managed service growth, and it's 4, is data center, cloud infrastructure, device services, and cybersecurity.
It's great to hear that data center was at the front of that line as well. Absolutely. So yeah, thanks for sharing that. Now, some of these end customers, or most of the end customers, and when we talked about a shift in their buying models, they just want to pay a monthly subscription and don't really care about the technology that's running behind that. They just want to know that their applications and their network is going to be available when they need to use it, and obviously it needs to be secure as well. Now, if they know it's running on a Cisco network, that's even better. It's a huge plus for those partners because of the reputation that Cisco's got for reliability as well. But that's for the end users. Now, at the same time, we really need to ensure that our partners, the partners that are working with us right now, can provide that full breadth of product from Cisco, which covers all of their requirements.
Yeah, you're right. So our partner managed service catalog, so we've got something called the provider program that I think has been touched on already. So it really makes sure that whether a customer wants a secure, agile network to support their digital transformation, they can use managed SD-WAN or Meraki SD-WAN. If they want a unified approach to delivering of their IT services, we've got managed Meraki, end-to-end security. So I think Kunal touched on that already with security, with SASE or secure home office, or they want seamless cloud communications to support hybrid work. So we've got WebEx calling, and all of those are mapped into the provider program. And we have powered services now that our partners can follow. So working with Cisco means that they have that single vendor simplicity and the opportunity to explore other areas as well if they want to.
Okay, so now what does that mean for us here in distribution? Something else that Canal said was that distribution was growing and growing at 100% year on year.
Exactly. And it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise to me either, because the two-tier partners are that much more agile. I know I used to look after Vodafone, and I can remember when they launched their Meraki service, and it took a long time, I think over a year, in fact, to bring that to market. And as Canal said, it can take between 2 to 3 months for a two-tier partner to be able to deliver, well, to put together and to start to market those offers.
Yeah, and absolutely, we've got teams behind that, and we'll talk a little bit about the teams that can support to make that happen as well a bit later on in the session. Now, one of the other things that was mentioned was Black Belt, and there is a specific path now available just for the partners as well, isn't there?
That's right. So I'll go through in a bit more detail on that for you, David. So first of all, for our distributors, there is a black belt for MSP. So there's 2 stages, stage 1 and stage 2. For our partners out there, we also have a similar black belt like program. So at the black belt, there's a MSP for partners. There's also service creation in a box. And for those partners that are looking to go down the route of Meraki, we have Meraki Sensei training as well. So all of these options are there for partners in Sales Connect and for your teams as well. And then the other thing I'd just like to draw everyone's attention to, and I know this is something your team have been like sharing as well, is the Elevate journey. So from Global Partner Org, they've now created what's called Elevate. And that's for our new partners. And it really gives them insights into the whole program, the whole Cisco program, how to build their practices, how to build out new solutions, very much focused on the SMB space. And we can share those links afterwards as well, David, I think, if people haven't seen that Elevate journey.
Absolutely.
And it's got a cute little man that I think matches your bot as well.
Yeah, there is a bot there. That's right. I saw that. Absolutely. Now, all these things great to get the partners excited and help them on their way to becoming a managed service provider. Now, the last point on here is about the provider program. So I've left that up there, but we're going to come and talk about that a little bit more detail a bit later on. But what I wanted to get across today, if there's not been enough reasons already why we should be focused on this route to market, Rebecca's got some stats here to help even more.
Some more, just so you don't forget them, and Canal's talked through a couple of them already. So I think we've all heard this before. Even before COVID, customers were demanding managed services, and that was on the rise. And customers of all sizes, so big and small, wanted help with their digital transformation. So did you know that 53% of our partners worldwide are offering managed services already?
Well, actually, Rebecca, so 53% of the customers worldwide, and I know that Canal talked about there being 1,000 already in the provider program, but not all of that 53% are in there. So we really do need to get those guys enrolled, don't we?
Exactly. And I was actually just looking at your numbers. So transacting on the architectures that we measure, you've got 286 in EMEA that are transacting. So providers either Premier, Select or Gold. There's a few more that aren't transacting on those products, but it's about 16% of all the partners that you transact with currently. So yeah, there's quite a few that we probably need to go out and talk to and sell the benefits of the program. So this means that it's our largest route to market as partners are transitioning over to managed services. And we're seeing a 31% year-over-year growth with our managed service providers. So a bit less than what you're seeing or we're seeing in distribution, but that's across the board. So that's with service providers as well mixed in there. So a huge growth. And 45% of our VAR revenue is now coming from managed services, which is, Cisco's largest route to market now. So it's really, really important. Also, we do the Voice of the Partner survey. I don't know if people are aware of that. And our partners rated offering or expanding their managed service as their #1 Cisco aligned transformational goal. So, you know, it's now that our partners are thinking about it. We need to be talking to our partners about managed services. So we're seeing these partners doing this. And one of the reasons why, and I was having a look the other day at one of the small business dashboards, and I looked at all the providers that we're selling to, and I looked at how many net new customers they have on average. And on average, our partners who are provider partners are transacting with times by 4 the amount of net new customers than non-provider partners. So this is music to probably all of the people in SMB as well, because it means we're reaching customers that we haven't sold to already. And the managed service providers are really leading the way there. The 1.5, so this is the number of times networking MSPs grow faster. So you can see there's kind of a similar flow going on here. And, you know, this is all pretty much driven in 2-tier space by Meraki. And then finally, the 43.7 billion. So this is the total addressable market in EMEA for product up until 2025. So some great statistics there and numbers for you, David.
Absolutely, and nearly $44 billion market. Now, who doesn't want a piece of that? And I think you'll agree that if your partners are not getting involved, someone else's partners will be. So we need to make sure that it's our partners, and our partners are gonna need to rise up, and this will future-proof their business as well. So hopefully we can get a lot more people onto this, a lot more partners onto this program, and make sure that they're selling in the right place. Now, I said we talk a bit more about the provider program a bit later. That's what we've got now. So and I know that Russell asked some questions about the pricing as well, so we'll try and cover that too as well while we're talking about this. So 3 things that we wanted to point out, but we will go into a little bit deeper in this in a minute. But once the partners have enrolled through PPE, first of all, they get to use the Cisco logo, which is great. We could be able to do that. They get better discounts and they can earn funding. So just going a little bit more deeper into some of these things here as well. So.
Sure. Okay. So you've said it. So the powered logo or the select provider logo. So once they've enrolled into the program themselves, so it's a simple PPE registration as a select provider. There's a few questions that they have to answer and to prove that they're selling a managed service. Once they've done that, obviously they can use that logo. So it's great brand recognition for them with the Cisco logo. Also on Partner Locator. So if anyone's just searching for a partner, in Partner Locator, it will show that they are a select provider. And obviously if they go up the stack and become Premier or Gold, it will also show that, you know, what their powered service is. And we've also got a new managed service Partner Locator. So partners can now advertise on the Cisco website. So that's kind of the first bit. We talk about provider pricing quickly, and I know Kunal touched on this. In March, we launched the ability to be able to stack provider pricing with hunting and teaming. So whereas before, I know talking to our distributors and our partners, the best price was always do resell, get hunting, and provider pricing just couldn't compete. Well, now we've brought that parity in so they can get provider pricing and they can stack it with hunting. And actually, in some cases, particularly when fast track isn't available on those products, they actually get a better price through provider pricing. And as Kunal mentioned, there's still a lot of work being done on pricing. We're going to be probably hopefully announcing some new changes come Q1 as well for some of the theatres around provider pricing to get that much better consistency. And I know there are some challenges in Middle East and Africa. And again, we're working on that for the team in Middle East and Africa. Now, so this, sorry, go on, David.
Yeah, I'm just going to interrupt because it's really important that we get this right, because I know that in the past, some of the team members have said, actually, the partners just want to use hunting on a resale business, but because they get a better discount on there. Now, as you've just said, I just want to reiterate that it is now that as long as the partner is part of the provider program and they register their deals correctly, they can then get the best pricing through this. Now, and even on some of those products that are there, they get an additional 4% if they can use this. And now, and don't forget, as well as that best pricing, they can earn the MDF on the back of it as well.
They can. And the other bit that I didn't mention was MSLA. So on some of the security products, for example, if they're enrolled in the provider pricing, they also get the best discount through that as well. So if you've got partners that are selling Umbrella or Secure Endpoint as a managed service and they're not using MSLA now, we should start talking to them about that as well, because it's a really great way of them being able to provide that added value. So I'll come on to marketing development funds, MDF. So as you probably, I don't know if people could read on there, but there is over a 6-month period, we measure how much bookings partners have using the simplified pricing. They have to have a minimum of 25k in 6 months, and then they'll start accruing marketing development funds. And actually, this is really unique. As most, if people have worked with Cisco for some time, you'll know that really only our larger partners or partners with VPAMs or PAMs get access to marketing development funds direct from Cisco. So this is really unique for the provider program. And the funding can be used for different things. So it's not just for MVC. They can use it for business development activities. So perhaps they want to get accredited on Umbrella for MSSP and they need to put some people through some training, or they need some additional partner level certifications. They can use this funding for that. They can use it for headcount, sales incentives, digital marketing, and also the typical marketing campaigns through MVC, merchandising. So there's lots they can use it for. I know that we've sent out some reminders because we do have partners currently who haven't used that funding, which is a real shame. So if you've got a partner that's got some of that funding and you need some support, do reach out to me on that.
Yeah, that's right. And don't forget that when we talked about a little bit earlier, that a lot of partners that are selling Cisco managed services already, but not part of this program, they could be earning this MDF funding already. So we really do just need to get them signed up to the program and make sure that they can start earning it and then spending it as well. Now, I wanted to point out, and this is why I've got this slide in here, that they don't have to book very much to start earning some of this MDF. It's a $25,000 booking over a 6-month period right now. Okay, so if they can book that within that 6-month period, they get their money, they get their MDF funding, and obviously the more they book, the more that they can get. But that entry point is quite low as far as I'm concerned. I think it's really achievable. So on just further on from that, we've got an example of a customer in the UK now. Now this partner is called Protos.
Can you tell me a little bit more about Protos then? Actually, I was lucky enough to meet them at your UK event, so I have met the guys at Protos. But please do tell us, David.
I'm glad you asked, Rebecca. Thank you. So Protos started off 6 years ago. Darren and Joe run the business, and they started this at their kitchen table. And they were first introduced to Comstor at one of our security events that we hosted in the UK.
I think this is brilliant. Just two people starting out their new business, coming along to one of your events. So what happened next?
So we actually, they were already signed up as a Cisco reseller, and they started off as a select integrator. And we helped them to get to Premier integrator status with a lot of training that we've done. And Andy Hook, one of our UK team members, was instrumental in that, and really helped them to get their knowledge up. But we also took them on the mentor program as well.
Great. So you helped them with their resale business, first of all, and got them to Premier integrator status. And then you launched a mentor program with them. So what was that all about?
So the mentor program helped them to realize one of the questions that we actually ask within that is what do you want to be famous for? Now, they came back and said they want to be experts in managed network services and cyber security.
Okay, so knowing what you want to be famous for is really good to focus the mind, I suppose. So are they now experts in network and cyber security?
Well, last year, so bearing in mind they're only 6 years old, last year they wanted to grow their managed services part of their business, which was currently running at 7%, to 25%. And in order to do that, there's a lot of hard work. They used automation and they built on their existing Meraki business to be able to do this. Now, they now offer a fully automated cybersecurity and network service. They've built in a 24/7 remote monitoring service, which actually utilizes WebEx for their ticketing service as well. And then managed business is now 28% of their overall business.
Wow, so they actually overachieved what they set out to do. So their business must be growing really, really fast with a mix of 28%. And actually that's quite high. I think in the room when we were at the Comstor event, everyone was around the 10%, weren't they? So 28% is good. So what are they offering now then?
So they've built a number of services around Duo, Umbrella, and Secure Endpoint, and all this runs on a Meraki network. They've created, like I said, they've created an automatic ticketing system which utilizes WebEx to alert about any issues or problems that are going on within that network as well.
Awesome. So they've now got a standardized service offering that's repeatable, so they can sell it to lots of end customers. So that's really great, a really great way to sell recurring offers to these new customers out there.
Absolutely. Now talking of end customers, I wanted to give a little bit of an insight into one of the customers that Protos have got. Now, this is actually a school, and these are two quotes that I've put up on the screen. Now, I'm not going to read the quotes, but one of them was said that they had lots and lots of different vendors, and they were starting to become overwhelmed with the amount of different people that they needed to deal with to keep on top of their network. So they invited Protos to come in, and what actually Protos did was they provided a secure managed Meraki network, which included MV cameras and which monitored key areas of the school. And this helped to provide a single point of contact for them as well. So that was the first thing that they covered off. So it helped the IT manager with all the different people he was dealing with. Now they just deal with one person. And actually the full network is now all on Cisco. So great that we can provide that full portfolio in there. Now, but as well as that, it's provided great bandwidth for them and the stability and security that they wanted for all of their users. So any faults and breaches, they would be alerted with a WebEx message. Now, also, just on a side note of this, these cameras were covering the school gates as well. So if a student tries to leave at a time when they shouldn't be leaving, the teachers are now also alerted by a WebEx message as well.
This is like a great example of an outcome-based managed service offer. And Protos can now go out and sell this to other education institutions or any organisation, I suppose, that doesn't want to mislay their children. I might give them a call.
Absolutely, that's right. So, so that's the example that we've got there today. Now, Emma, our UK team managed services lead, was instrumental in getting Protos to where they are now. So thanks very much for that, Emma. But Emma's not the only one that we've got, and we have the whole team across the region. Now, I've shared this slide many times before, and I just wanted to remind you that if you have a potential MSP partner, then these guys who run the Comstor 123 MSP program, as well as other things that they're getting on with. That's one part of the program to help the partners that would get onto the Cisco provider programs. It gives them all the training and the understanding and the benefits and the requirements for the provider program. They'll be happy to have a call to discuss any of the options and benefits that they are. So these are your local experts to go to. Now, we've also got...
We do. We've mapped it to Canal's team, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yes. Do you want to say? Sorry.
No, you go on. Go on.
So we've mapped on Canal's team here. So you can see, so in blue, obviously, the Cisco team, green, the Comstor team. And I just thought this would be really useful because Canal has, you know, a large number of MS theatre leaders now, but within each of the theatres, there's also a number of VPAMs, PAMs that are just aligned to managed services now and managed service experts. So I've listed some of the important people that I'm engaging with and that are engaging with distribution already. For example, in the UK, I know Steve Reeves is heavily engaged with the UKI team. He comes along to the events to present when they have them. Also, some of our small business teams now are aligning resources. So you'll see Gavin's there now. I know we had another lady last year. Gavin's going to be taking over the reins to run route to market for managed services in the UKI. And across the board, there's lots of people there. And we also have the EMEA team. So I've listed up Andrea and Diala. Andrea is actually from our global team, but based in EMEA, and she's fantastic if you need resource to come and help on Meraki. Diala is our marketing lead. So there's a lot of people here to work with. And I just encourage the team, if they don't know these people already, to reach out and to share what they're doing.
Yeah, so also, if anyone's planning any events or anything like that, whether they're managed services specific or not, then do get in touch with these guys. I'm sure they'll be happy to support the event. Now, it doesn't matter if they're not managed services, but just think about whether managed services might be relevant. We talked about this being across all architectures right now, and I think data center was one of the ones where we're seeing some growth as well. So great to see that as well. But if there's a data center event, I know that I'll get my team make sure that they're doing that to be able to invite these people along to talk about the managed services part of that as well. But don't just think about that. Think about all architectures. I mean, security and Meraki are obviously the obvious ones, but also consider the collaboration as well. Make sure that we're doing that. Now, as well as these people, we've got a whole other team that can support us around support our partners with managed services. And the other week, I caught up with Mark Homburg. He's at Comstor International Services, to ask him about it. Now here's a short film about what we discussed.
And we'll rise up.
Hi Mark, thanks for joining us and giving us this time today. Would you be able to just tell us a little bit about the support service elements that you offer and what they mean for our managed service partners?
Hi David, and all thanks for this opportunity to present more around our services offering today in this fiscal year 23 kickoff meeting. As David mentioned, I work for the International Services Division within our Westcon Comstor team. So one of our key focus areas within our business to support our partner base is related to our support capabilities. So as a value add Cisco distributor, we provide multiple support services to support our partners in their hybrid approach into their customer base. So if you're an MSP partner and you look for a hybrid way of providing your support services, or you of course invest of doing it yourself, or you use our services. So one of the key things we do is related to managed services. So we provide NOC services from our support centers our key centers are in Madrid and in Berlin. We provide managed network services, managed firewall services to support our partner base. Our key focus areas are related to enterprise networking, Meraki, and firepower, but we also can provide additional support service depending on the technology or architecture needed. Outside managed services, where we have a proactive approach, we also provide reactive services, and that is called assist. So when you are providing or in need of a, let's say, reactive support service, this could be a perfect fit for you as an MSP partner to use. But on top of that, we also provide additional maintenance services. So on top of your SmartNet or PSS, we can provide on-site engineering which can be used with an RMA break-fix approach. So a device breaks down, we need to send you an engineer, we will replace the box. So looking at our support capabilities, we can provide proactive services, we can provide reactive services, and we can also on top provide maintenance services for our partners, MSP partners, to use.
Thanks, Mark. That's great. I've also heard about some specific managed service activities that we have for Meraki. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, David, yes I can. So if you look at if you focus on the managed services part, so what kind of activities do we do, right? If you look at a managed services offering, which is an all-inclusive offering based on standard activities. So what do? We do proactive device monitoring. So we check devices are up or down. So what we do, we then proactively, if we see an incident, we proactively take action and also inform the reseller. We do event handling. So all the activities related to troubleshooting or any incident response or incident activities we need to do, we will take action. So troubleshooting, but also handling, because it's a managed service, we also handle on behalf of the reseller or end customer, we handle the RMA vendor engagement activities, right? So we don't provide SmartNet or PSS, but we can act on behalf of the reseller. But we also do configuration changes, right? Based, for example, on the MX or MS, or in the Meraki, there's policy changes, rule-based changes. Those activities are all included in our offering.
Wow, that's quite a lot of stuff. Now, I'm assuming that some of the partners might not want all of this. What can they do if they already do some of this themselves? Is there something we can offer?
Yeah, so that is a good question. So we get questions like that. So we don't need that, or we don't need this. So in a hybrid way, customers are becoming more and more demanding, and also resellers sometimes do not have the resources to handle certain, let's say, 24/7 activities or the workload from that specific end customer. But we can act as an overlay. So if the MSP partner decides to, okay, we are not yet willing to invest because we have managed service partners on an 8x5 basis, but having a 24/7 NOC takes a lot of investment and engineering, right, to handle certain activities on different priority levels. But we have that in place. So if there's an existing managed service or an existing approach from a reseller, but they have a request from a certain endpoint which they cannot handle themselves, we can help them in taking on those activities. So we can be the additional overlay by even during business hours. But if for example, if there are too many tickets, you can have the proactive approach or you can have the reactive approach. It's just that these services are here if a customer has a managed service or an MSP partner doesn't have a managed services. We can act as the additional overlay because we have that in place.
Now, we're already offering this. Can you just give us some example of some customers that we're working with?
In fact, David, that's a great question. Yes, so we have multiple customers where we provide these services to, but it's always on a request basis because we have multiple directions to approach a reseller end customer. It's always based on their business requirements. So some could be we only need 8x5 support, or we provide the 8x5 support ourselves, but we need 24/7 support. So we can always work together with the partner if there's an existing solution in place to see, okay, how can we help? So again, depending on workload, depending on SLAs, depending on available resourcing, But again, as mentioned, it's on a request base, and we have also pre-sales team members in our team, which can support our MSP partners in developing the offer. So, or the solution to the end customer. So if you don't have the knowledge or skill set yourself, you can ask your Comstor AM, who can then work with the services team to create the right approach for that specific end customer.
Thanks, Mark. That all sounds fantastic, and a great way for our account managers to go out and start selling these services to their partners and helping their partners to grow their managed services business, which we've heard already is really, really important right now, not just for Cisco, but for all technology providers. Thanks very much. Okay, so you heard it there from the man himself. We've got this, and this is a absolutely great way to get your partners started in managed services. Now, so particularly when they're trying to gain new customers and build up their business, they don't need to invest in that NOC. We can do that on their behalf, and all the service that we can do. Now, one thing that we could do is just do that until they're ready to invest. So they can build up their business, they can build up their customers, they start getting that steady income stream. They can then use that money to invest in building that themselves, and then take it off from us. But a great way, definitely, to get started. Now, just as an example of that, we have got a partner in Belgium that's already using these services. Now, they're a very small partner. There's just 2 or 3 people within that business, and they've got a multinational customer with kit deployed across the world, and they're billing that customer, and then they're backing that off with us. So we can do that sort of support for them. So hopefully that will give you a good idea of some of the things that they can offer. Now, on the screen at the moment, you can probably see there's a whole load of different things as well there. So there's much more than what we've just talked about, but that was specific for managed services. Okay, so the next thing is, what can you do to help with managed services in your regions? Now, I would like to ask you to talk to your partners about that provider program. It was something that that was mentioned right at the beginning, with Al mentioning how important it is to make sure that the partners are aware, get them signed up, and like we said before, they're probably selling these services already. So let's make sure that they just get enrolled. Now, you can utilize the 123 MSP program to support your partners through that process. It's running on a regular basis, so we can make sure that they get trained up. They know the products, they know what the program's about, and then they can sign up and start earning that MDF and getting the better pricing. Now, once they've signed up and enrolled in that, let's just make sure that they're registering their deals nice and early within CCW, and also to make sure that they are flagging their deals as a managed service as well. That way, they get the extra discounts and the MDF on the back of their bookings. As well as the MDF, we've got the Radius program that's available. So please ensure that you're nominating your partners. We've had some great leads and potential from this program already. And I wanted to make sure you're aware that the Comstor deadline for submitting the nomination for Q1 is Friday the 15th of July, so that's next Friday. So make sure that you've identified what partners that you want to go on that, and that you're submitting those in by next Friday. Maria asked me to say that bit on there as well, so hopefully that's a thumbs up from Maria as well. And then finally, you've just heard from our support services from Mark about the support services. Let's utilize some of the investments that we've got. Mark's team are all over the region and will be delighted to help out and talk to your partners about what we can do for them as well. And with that, I'd like to hand back to Russell and Matthias.
Yes, Thank you, Russell and Rebecca. It was a really good session, I thought, right? Really, from a strategy to vision.
David and Rebecca.
Sorry, David.
The wrong one.
Yeah, sorry, mistake. You really nailed it down towards what does it really mean for partners, right? And for people out there in the field. So I really like that. We have a couple of questions, and one of them is on, and I know that company myself, but I'm reading the question literally. What's the planning in guiding partners in this journey to managed? We are using great partners like concept sales at the moment. Is that something we might take in-house in the future?
It's possible, but I think that concept sales do have a fantastic offer that's been co-developed with Comstor, actually, and we will utilise that moving forward. But I don't know whether we're going to bring it in-house in the future. We may do, but we'll look at that.
But the principle of what they offer is something you'd like to continue with the partners, is that right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think what they do with the partners is really great, and we've had some fantastic feedback from some of the partners that have been through that program already, and they're already growing their managed services business.
Related, it's just more of a statement than a question, actually, is, and it keeps coming up, about Meraki stocking. And so we're going to do that in Middle East and Africa today. We've got to make that hugely successful and show that the incremental business is arriving as a result of it. And then Andy's promised to think about us letting us something in Europe. So Andy's in the room, by the way. Andy Brocklehurst, he leads Meraki for Cisco EMEA. And so I think we just need to make sure that we make it successful on a serious note in Middle East and Africa. And then we've got to show that that has brought incremental business. And as a result of that, we can then enter into a conversation about perhaps doing it elsewhere. Fair? Okay. I don't think there's any other questions, is there?
No, some comments, but no questions.
Yeah.
Right.
Rebecca, David, thank you very much. Timing was minute perfect. So thank you very much. And we'll see you soon. Take care.
Thank you.
I think we might be back on my deck. Yes, excellent work. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're almost heading for a little bit of the end of the day, right?
Nearly.
But we have one last country manager video to roll. So let's go.
And we'll rise up.
Difficult times, we had a lot of constraints like
La vie de château. Singing, relax at the piano. Sharing a good table.
celebrating.
Celebrating again.
Thanks to Cisco for this flexing time.
Our new offices are very, very beautiful. Thank you so much.
Wow, 1970s France. Didier and team, thank you very much. You're certainly representing your business very well. That was excellent. Okay. We've got a couple more things to do. Before we do that, we'd like to just do one more word cloud today. There's the I think you're all on it actually, because there's quite a lot of chat coming through on the app. Please scan the code and join the cloud. One word. How do you feel about what you've heard so far on day one, please? Very positive words.
Yeah.
Really good.
French.
Opportunity, interesting, Meraki, can't think of who that was. Inspired, hopeful.
Exciting,
energized, enthusiastic. Fantastic. Okay, I think that's it. Is it?
Yeah.
No, here we go.
Yeah.
Some more coming in. Yeah, so it looks like informative. Well, that's good.
Oh, that's good. That's the purpose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Engorged again. Rise up. Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, that's great, isn't it? That's different from how we saw it this morning,
Yeah,
right? So,
really good.
Very positive. I think. So we just want to go a couple of things. Do you want to call out? There's a couple of bits you want to call out from today, Matthias?
Yeah, I thought to summarize it for me, it was in the beginning all about recurring offers, right? The digital platform you're building, which is basically very important to capture your software growth, the renewals growth. And we heard a lot about from Katie and Ignacio on what you do on the same part, but then with resources, right, and knowledge on EAs. So I found that really interesting. So yeah, for me, the first half of the day was all about recurring offers, more the transform, but also let's say the preform side of it within transform, right?
Yeah.
So really interesting, yeah.
Yeah. No, I picked out relationships and face-to-face and getting back together again. A great year, fully aligned, both the businesses. So yeah, and the announcement about Microsoft Dynamics, that's big news. That's really big news. And of course, Partner Central being a game changer.
Yeah, for sure.
So some key points.
Yeah. And then after the break, right, with MSP and Kunal, right, which is basically, it's really interesting to see that there's so big total addressable market we can capture. And then most interesting I found was that two-tier partners, right, and more agile to step in to that market. That's really distribution's sweet spot.
Yeah.
So really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 partners. 1,000 partners on
1,000.
MSP.
Yeah, I need to check that for sure.
We need to get engaged with them. That's what we need to do. So that's great. So I think, good summary on topic all day. So thanks everybody for your attention. We would like you to just do a quick poll on that code again. You should see that'll come up in the app. Just to give a quick couple of answers on today. That would be amazing. Thank you. And tomorrow morning, we're back at the same time, which is 11 a.m. UK time, 12 p.m. CT, and other time zones are applicable, depending on where you are. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much to all the speakers today and for the effort that goes into making those presentations and the strategies.
Yeah, have a great evening and see you tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thanks a lot.
And we'll
Bye.
rise